Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Blues TV. On the weekend that the Birmingham youth are taking centre stage, it was the under-21s who put in a 5-star showing in the capital city yesterday. Our youthful double-header off to the perfect start. An extra-time winner from Junior Dixon saw Steve Spooner's side put their place in the PDL national final for a chance at silverware last night. Now it's over to Martin Lorenshaw's side this afternoon, hoping to follow in the footsteps of the 21s and chase PDL national final glory of their own against either Charlton or Barnsley. The under-18s have been mightily impressive this season, actually confirming top spot with 3 games to spare, finishing 10 points clear of second place Barnsley. Well, from finishing second bottom last year to reaching the summit this season, it just demonstrates the trajectory that this group of lads are striving for and the ambition of this football club. Bristol City are the side standing in front of the under-18s and a chance at PDL glory. A 4-1 win against Crewe in their penultimate game secured the Robin second spot, 6 points behind Charlton in the PDL South. Well, I'll have a minute's silence pre-game for a steward at the training ground at West Hills who suddenly passed away earlier this week. Our thoughts and prayers go out to his family. On the referee's whistle. Respectfully observed by St Andrews at Knighthead Park. It's been a strong season for Mickey Bell's young Robin side, reaching the final of the FA Youth Cup, only to be beaten by a best-in-class Manchester City side before making the playoffs in the division. Their only defeat in their last 5 games did come against Blues in late April, and it's down to Martin Lorenshaw's side to repeat that feat today. So Warmington will start in goal. Tyrese Warmington, Pendleton, Buake, Zach Willis and Taylor Dodd make up the back four for Blues. De Silva, Eubank, Wynn and Ruiz Wente in the midfield, with Frank Tatum and Ben Wodsku, who actually played half an hour in that under-21s victory in the capital last night. Got in a car at full time, straight back to Birmingham to prepare himself to start here for the under-18s. As for Bristol City, Witchard starts in goal for them. James, Campbell, Slowey, Ali and Morrison at the back. Griffin, Merholtz, Hewlett and Skinner in the midfield, with Yeboah and Billy Phillips leading the line up top. Well, Dale Moon joins me for this PDL playoff semi-final in the under-18s division. What a day it is for these lads. What an experience here at St Andrews at Knighthead Park. It's been a long season, plenty of leaps and troughs. Some may go on to long careers, but it's days and experiences like these that really stick with players early on.
Yeah, afternoon, Matt. Afternoon, all. Absolutely, and echo the sentiments of Steve Spooner in his post-match comments last night. These are, no matter how far you go in your career, you still remember your youth cup, your days as a youth team player. And for these boys, what a fantastic league campaign they've had. Taken the PDL North by storm. Now it's a case of, right, knockout football, 2 games to lift the overall championship, and you want to be involved in these big games with everything on the line against a very good Bristol City side. So really talented group this that Blues have, that Martin has at his disposal. Lots of them, as we know, second-year scholars awarded their their first year pro contracts. That goes to say how much faith the club have in this group. Now, can they produce it when it matters in a semi-final knockout game?
Yeah, 10 months of fixtures, 10 months of hard graft, of wet winters and muddy mornings, of proving all the doubters wrong, and it comes down to this. Week after week, these lads striving to improve themselves and epitomise what that esteemed crest on their royal blue jersey means to them. Extra time and penalties if we need it this afternoon. It's high noon in Smallheath, and it's time for the duel of youth. Blues versus the young Robins, and it's Bristol City who get us underway, and Blues immediately winning a throw-in in their left-back position.
Yeah, you can expect a fast and frantic start. Often just come flying out the traps, don't they? Both teams, bit of nerves, keen to make an impression, keen to grab hold of the game, but when it settles, that's when Blues really need to take advantage. And you just want to get early touches on the ball if you're a player. Make sure that first touch is a good one. The pitch is still good enough at this stage of the season. There's lots of clubs going through their renovation at the minute, but it's an okay playing surface down there for both teams to get the ball down. They both try and play, so interesting to see how they set up against one another.
Yeah, Bristol City, of course, boasts one of, if not the best defence, on paper at least, in the whole division of the North and the South, conceding just 35 goals through the entire season. And Blues looking to put them under a bit of pressure at the start. De Silva leading from the front. Yeboah. There's De Silva. Nicely done. And De Silva receives the return. It's a splendid save. Got down really well, Witchard. First big opening of the game falls to Alessandro De Silva, and he forces a big save out of Witchard.
Yeah, does everything right, Alessandro, doesn't he? Just drives it down low across the goal, which is key. Really good save from Witchard, though. Gets down enough of a strong wrist on it. I think it was Frank Tatum who was galloping in at that far post, so anything that was spilled in his direction, it would have been a tap-in. But does everything right, could maybe go for that far corner. It's a little bit too close to Witchard, but good positive start inside the first 2 minutes. Blues are setting the tone, creating that first big chance of the game.
A really good link-up play between Tatum and De Silva. Tatum, of course, the executor on so many occasions this season. 18 goals in all competitions, looking to play provider early on. De Silva, though, denied. Splendid stretching save by Witchard.
Yeah, referees giving Bristol City a free kick here. Linesman awarded Blues with the throw-in, so first chance for Bristol to ask some questions of the Blues back line, but yeah, really good stuff. They worked it well, didn't they? Just tried to, you always think of your decision making in that final third. The weight of pass was really good into Alessandro De Silva, allows him to come onto the ball, strike it first time, hard and low.
Well, from one end to the other, Blues now switching on from a defensive capacity. Left-footed delivery. There's the centre-back Campbell Slowey rising, and the first time strike by Skinner won't trouble Warmington in the Blues goal. 0-0.
It's going to be quite warm down there, pitch either. Some beaten down on them here at St Andrews at Knighthead Park. Big pitch as well for these lads to play on. The subs will be needed.
Wake breezes past Skinner. And Skinner just catches the heels of the Blues centre-back in trying to recover from his mistake. Ashley Royston already whistle happy in the opening 3 minutes, the man in the middle.
Yeah, do you want to see Blues settle? If we bring it back for a rolling ball, it seems a little petulant, but
yeah, Royston certainly setting the tone in black in the opening 5 minutes. Tatum couldn't gather the pacey ball into him. And here's Ali sporting the headband this afternoon for Bristol City, accompanying Campbell Slowey in the back line. Joined Bristol City as a 9-year-old, the number 6. Awkward one for the goalkeeper to deal with. Buake took matters into his own hands, and Blues just about tidy things up.
yeah, I think that's just a case of Tyrese Warmington just over keen to come and deal with something again early on in the game. Wants to do everything right. Made that decision Caught in no man's land in the end, but it was Zach Willis who managed to tidy things up and clear. But lively opening, both teams had a little venture downfield and tested one another.
Yeah, certainly measuring each other up for size. Did meet a few weeks ago. Bristol City's only defeat in their last 5 games did come at the Knighthead Academy and Training Grounds. Blues winning that game by 2-0. This one a whole different kettle of fish, of course. Yeah. Meerholz. After that early scare, Bristol City are just starting to settle into gear. Morrison. Oof. Awkward one to deal with. Warmington wasn't sure once again. And Yeboah was looking to benefit, just skewers it wide.
Yeah, he wasn't sure, was he? Thought about coming for it, didn't quite reach Yeboah. Got something on it, and it's only a yard or so wide of that post. It's a bit of a let-off for Blues. Bristol City now asking the Blues backline some questions. So, as we've seen already in the first 5.5, 6 minutes here, a right go at each other, as you'd expect from the top sides.
You know, talking about Bristol City's defensive record, they're not too bad going forward either, ranking 4th overall for the 75 goal tally they've scored so far throughout the season. And of course reached that FA Youth Cup semi-final as well, and he's been narrowly defeated by that best-in-class Manchester City side. So certainly not here just to make up the numbers in any capacity, Bristol City. Already showing some danger signs early on, but Blues have won the first corner of the game. George Wynn will come across to take it.
Yeah, George involved in the build-up. It's Cameron Eubank's ball out towards this right-hand side, really neat and tidy. And Pendleton, he was looking to feed it in for Frank Tatum, who settled for the corner.
Wynn's corner kick's a decent one. Ali got there, struck back in by Eubank, spilled. Dodd had a swing at it. It will come for Woodscoot. Great connection by Eubank from the edge of the penalty area. And that bounce just made it awkward for Witchard, who couldn't gather. Bristol City managed to mop things up. Griffin seized upon by Eubank, who's been impressive early on.
Ah, what a strike that is. Caught it as cleanly as you like. It was dipping, bounced right in front of Jack Witchard. It's a good stop just to get something behind it, but he's had time to really line that volley up. Caught it beautifully.
Well, Eubank has been praised for his work ethic this season. Very much the motor in the Blues Under-18s engine room. Covers so much ground, especially when you think he's a converted striker to a centre midfielder. Very much making the role his own. Catching eyes early on here at St Andrews at Knighthead Park. 0-0 in the PDL playoff semi-final.
They're trying to stop Blues playing out from the back, but Blues insistent on trusting their footballing ability, trying to play through the lines.
Pendleton gets the return from Eubank, and Pendleton can stride. 4 strong in this Blues attack, and here's Tatum, who takes it well, looks to bend it off the line. Last-ditch challenge from Joseph James, denying Tatum the opening goal in the semi-final.
We've already seen some really good moves. Byron Pendleton, the architect. Tatum just about sorts his feet out in time. It's a really good clearance from James, right underneath the crossbar. Frank Tatum manages to get it stuck under his feet, digs it out, then opens his foot up, left foot into that bottom corner.
It's the second time we've seen Blues carve this Bristol City backline apart. De Silva denied by Witchard, and now Tatum denied by James.
And they've worked it right the way across the pitch from back to front as well. I think if you go back and count the passes and look at that move, it's a really well put together move from the hosts. Byron Pendleton, all that pace down the right-hand side. Has been a winger back in his younger days, and he's got across his marker, done everything right. That slide rule pass to find Frank Tatum on the shoulder.
Yeboah. James fires it diagonally across the pitch. Morrison gathers, snapshot, just purchased a few yards against Pendleton. Warmington had to get down and make the save.
Yeah, just found himself with a little too much space, Elijah Morrison on this near side from Blues liking. Now to check onto that left foot. Good hands from Tyrese Warmington. Lively first 10 minutes though, isn't it? Both have had chances on goal. Blues have had a couple of goal line clearances down the other end, and we expected a fast and frenetic start. That's what we've got.
Again, De Silva leading the charge from the front. Wichard just escapes his clutches. Both sides just looking to set the tone.
Yeah, interesting that it's De Silva who's going to put the pressure on Wichard from this right-hand side. I think because Pendleton has got the pace to get up high down this near side, it just allows Alessandro De Silva to tuck in a little bit. See how narrow he is now from this right-hand side, almost sitting in on Jed Mears' hold. Staying on that right-hand side, but allows Pendleton to exploit the space. Trying to think of it to Blues first team level, and that sort of right-back position where Ethan Laird is given the freedom to gallop forward. I think that's something the Blues may have identified.
Midholes certainly down this left-hand side that Bristol City have found a lot of joy early on. There's the overlap from centre-back Ali. The crossover hit, but kept alive. And the low strike came in from the captain, Hewlett. Well fielded by Blues. City will come again and continue the siege. Phillips going to waltz his way through, stopped in his tracks by Eubank. Eubank can't find Woodskoe. Seized upon by Wynn. Recovering was Yeboah.
Yeah, and that's the trade-off, isn't it? When you look at Alessandro De Silva, who is tucking inside and playing high, and Bristol City do shift it over towards this Blues right, invariably, there's a bit of space for Morrison. Just see here, Ali over on this near side as well. So there you see, too much space for him.
Dropping it over the top for Skinner to give chase. Out comes Warmington, well marshalled by Bouake.
That's going to be the battle, I think, of this first half. The Blues right against the Bristol City left.
Ruiz Rente trying to impose himself down that left flank. All the action happening on this near side, just in front of the dugouts.
Yeah, I think Blues, you see Martin Ollerinshaw and Danny Barham down there in the technical area, be relatively happy with their start. They've threatened on a couple of occasions early on. I think the game will settle midway through this half.
Good run by Tatum. Sought out by Dodd. Second ball dropped for Blues. And Woodskoe not happy with the advances of Yeboah on him. He wins a decision from the referee.
Yeah, protected it well, didn't he? Just got his body in the way. Yeboah all over him.
Woodskoe, of course, fresh from assisting that winner in extra time. Provided the nod down for Dixon to scramble home on the line and send the under-21s through to the PDL national final.
Great that he wants to be involved, isn't it? I'm not sure how much of a choice he'd have had, but I love the fact that he's travelled and now wants to be here with the 18s.
Eubank trying to create something forward. Ali with the awareness just to let that drop over him. His goalkeeper Wichard to collect.
He's just looking now at his distances, Ruiz Rente, on that far side. It's like a front four, isn't it? Lose that 4-2-4 almost, so high. Both Ruiz Rente and De Silva on each flank.
And they have played with that intensity all through the season, Blues. And it's caused the undoing of many a PDL side.
Yeah, that's it. It's the risk and reward, isn't it? You're going to be rewarded if you've got bodies forward. Tatum, Woodskoe, Ruiz Rente, De Silva, all up there. Suppose an attacking threat, it's the other side of the ball, and the opposition gets hold of it. Those spaces on the flank is what Taylor Dodd and Warren Pendleton will have to manage. But you want them to be in the ascendancy. Blues are the home side. They've dominated the league this year, full of confidence. Go and take the game to the opposition. It's what you want to see the young lads do.
Ali surging forward as he has done on a few occasions already this afternoon. Here's Morrison. Looking to stand up Pendleton. Morrison forced into a tight cul-de-sac, and Pendleton does his job well and reaps the rewards.
Yeah, really good defending from Byron Pendleton. Almost that one-on-one duel, wasn't it? Down his side, stays light on his feet, doesn't dive in, makes it difficult for Morrison. Gets the decision.
Well, Blues so far certainly grasping the occasion, and what an occasion it is, an opportunity to progress into the PDL National Final. A chance at some silverware. The youth certainly flying the flag for Birmingham City at the end of the season. Bristol City reduced to half chances. Yeboah's come closest after a mix-up at the back from Blues. But it's De Silva who's forced to save from Witchard. And Joseph James forced into heroics off the line from Frank Tatum. The closest either side have come.
It's what we expected, wasn't it? Fast, furious start. Blues have created chances. Had to be alert down the other end, but those two big ones that you mentioned, De Silva's low drive and then Frank Tatum, would have thought he'd have scored, just didn't quite get enough behind it. Good high-quality game, this.
Yeah, really frenetic start. Wynn looping towards the back stick. The ball just wouldn't drop for him. That invited the attention from Taylor Dodd. Just too overzealous according to the referee, and now Dodd needs to get back as Bristol City look to exploit the light numbers at the back for Blues. Woodskull. Rees Rente. Cute ball back in towards Tatum, and the final touch came off the Blues striker behind for a goal kick.
Yeah, lots of duels out on wide areas, isn't it? I mentioned Bruce Rente and De Silva for Blues. How high Morrison is for Bristol City.
See Mickey Bell joining his opposite number right on the edge of his technical area. He's certainly seen it all in his career, over 650 professional appearances for about 7 clubs, including Bristol City, 300 appearances for the Robins. De Silva, Pendleton on the overlap, and he's squeezed it through to Wodsku. Terrific toe in by Campbell Slowey. Had to get that spot on and did so.
Yeah, important intervention, wasn't it? He was dancing through. He's just managed to work a little opening again. Heavily involved, isn't he, Ben Woodskow? Getting on the ball, just a little deeper than Frank Tatum. Looking to feed off the shoulder. They've switched momentarily. Just dovetail quite nicely, those two.
There's another slide draw pass. Inviting the attention of Tatum, but Witchard can clear away. Rees Rente beginning to get a feel for the game and see the ball a lot more. And caused some problems, Jack Griffin, with that particular bit of defending.
Yeah, good footballing contest, isn't it? Neither of them have been overly direct. They've looked to play forward. I can't remember too many balls that have gone long up towards Woodskow, who's naturally more of a target man than Frank Tatum. Both teams have tried to play football on the floor.
There's Wynn, waltzing in field, just outnumbered by red shirts in the end, and Skinner's in all sorts of space on this near side, and he's been found by Phillips. Morrison bundling on forward. Skinner will go himself. The defending done back there by Captain Willis. Great composure by De Silva.
It was out the other side if he could move it, Ben.
With Scope just caught on it. Pendleton will oblige. Rees Rente. Griffin getting goal side. Really neat turn by Woodskow. He's been at the centre of everything going forward for Blues. Pendleton searching ball in. Fielded by Campbell Slowey. End-to-end stuff really opening up now in this period. As the sunshine continues to beat down, and drown the pitch in gold, and Buake's caught on it, and Phillips looking to set someone up in the middle. Terrific save from Warmington. Yeboah it was who turned and struck in the penalty area after Buake's mistake. Warmington to the rescue.
Yeah, Buake looked like he had it under control, didn't he? He was goal side. He could either knock one back to Warmington or clear himself, but that vital slip just allowed Bristol City with an opportunity on goal. It's a really good reaction save from Warmington. Sought his feet out in time. And just clear the danger, but
it was just a small mercy. Yeboah just couldn't sort his feet out in time to get a clean strike. As you say, great reaction save nonetheless. Is that resultant corner kick? It's hit from distance, took a few deflections on its way through, and cannons behind for a corner kick from Jed Meerhos.
Yeah, trading punches these two, aren't we? It's a lively 20 minutes now. Both having a good go. Bristol City's turn to apply a little bit of pressure on the Blues goal. They have looked relatively comfortable back there, as we say. That moment was just a little slip, an unfortunate slip from Godfred Buake.
Yeah, certainly measuring each other up for size and exchanging jabs. Neither side able to deliver a knockout blow just yet.
Packed 6-yard box.
In comes that corner kick. Eubank underneath it. There's Tatum. Impish touch. Waiting for support. He's all alone up there, Tatum. And Hewlett working hard to get back with the intervention.
Yeah, good stuff from Frank Tatum. First to just nudge it over his Marcus head, but then to try and gallop away from him. He's got Blues right up the pitch as well. Just relieves that little bit of pressure that was building. Good stuff from the front man. He's the spearhead, isn't he? The one who plays on the shoulder, looks to latch onto those little cute through balls. Not afraid to do the ugly stuff either, Frank.
Yeah, putting himself about again, as is Woodskow. Dispossessed, and now Skinner can have another run down the left-hand side. Gathers the attentions of Eubank. Meerhos. Skinner is onside. Left-footed ball across, looking to tee it up for someone in the middle. Phillips on the volley. That's blocked. Might drop from Meerhos. All hands to the pump for Blues. Good spell this for Bristol City. And there's Ali. Measures up into the middle. Ruiz Rente can carry it away.
Yeah, I think Bristol City's best chance is when they put balls into the box. The Blues haven't quite cleared their lines. It's dropped to the edge of that 18-yard box, just on the arc of the D. They picked up that loose ball, and again, had 2 or 3 shots on that Blues goal. It's ricocheted or took a deflection out for a throw-in or blocked. Just got to try and clear their lines with a bit more conviction, Blues back there. An offside decision. I don't think anybody was expecting that one, but yeah, it is Bristol City getting down and around the outside of their full-backs, exploiting the space wide and then putting balls into the box, being unafraid just to deliver. Seen it 2 or 3 occasions.
Yeah, Luke Skinner certainly looking like a live wire, the number 11 down this left-hand side for Bristol City, especially on the transition. Campbell slow, just about sorting his feet out in time to find his goalkeeper under pressure from Tatum. Meerhos, very neat and tidy from Bristol City out of a tight corner. Loose ball picked up by the captain, Hewlett, who joined Bristol City at under 12 level. Again, Tatum pulling himself about and reaping the rewards from doing that, winning the ball high. Tatum looking to turn provider. Avenue into the penalty area, slammed shut by James. Blues happy to recycle.
Yeah, keep hold of it, enjoy the ball.
Slide draw pass, looking to pick out Woodskow. Ali with that piece of defending. Across comes Willis, the captain.
Yeah, I don't mind Blues if there's nothing there on the initial avenue down the side. Just come back out, enjoy the ball for a little bit. Like we say, a warm day. Still lots of football. 25 minutes in, but we've already seen a host of chances. Good block.
There's Wynn. Ruiz Rente up to speed. Woodskew's made the burst through the middle. Woodskew just couldn't gather it onto his left foot. Intervention came from the Bristol back line. And now Skinner, and Skinner out in the clear. Luke Skinner for Bristol City drags it wide. Big chance, best chance of the game for the Robins.
Yeah, Blues undone by one long ball, which would be a frustration for Martin Ollerenshaw and Danny Barham. You can see the Silver on this near side left a little frustrated, just felt that Woodskow could open it up and find him. And in a flash, they're down the other end, and Blues just caught a little square. Skinner managed to find himself in behind that Blues back line, but naturally left-footed, has just dragged it a bit with that right. But again, both sides looking to capitalise on any lapse.
He brought over the top. Skinner is onside. Morrison. Skinner left-footed cross, looking to tee up Yeboah in the middle. Arriving around the back stick was Griffin.
Yeah, put bodies into the box. You know, Yeboah in between the goalposts. Griffin over on that far side is just tucked in. Red shirts. Phillips up there as well. So whenever Skinner delivers, there's 2 and 3 red shirts to aim for. It makes that Blues have got to make sure they get first contact on the ball and clear their lines.
Game being played at such intensity, such quality. There's that aggression as well. Yeah, you expect from a semi-final,
isn't it, Matt? Good competitive game, this. Surprised you haven't had a goal.
Both teams certainly having chances to do just that. Wilmington can clear 5 clean sheets for the Blues goalkeeper this season. Ruiz Rente, 4 strong in this Blues attack. He looks to slide De Silva through. Campbell Slowey doing the fielding.
Yeah, Pendleton, look how high he is. We highlighted it, didn't we? Joining in that attack as a 4th attacker. Just needed to slide it this way, rather than looking for the more difficult pass in that reverse ball.
Wynn offers his services. Instead, Pendleton chooses Eubank. Eubank man-marshalled by Meerholz.
Great to see them comfortable in tight areas, aren't they? All want the ball, even when it's tight, it's around their ankles. You've got red shirts snapping at blue. The likes of Cameron Eubank happy to get on it. The Silva, Ruiz Rente as well. Even George Wynn in there as that diminutive midfielder who can get you on the ball and start playing. All comfortable with the ball at their feet. Great to see young players with that ability and happy to show it in a big game.
Yeah, hungry to want the ball. And there's Eubank. Just slicing his cross into the penalty area.
Yeah, waiting for the game to settle, aren't we?
Yeah.
Still being a bit end-to-end. We tick towards the half-hour mark. Credit to Bristol City, they've given as much as Blues.
Of course, Blues normally playing their home games, as it were, in inverted commas, at the Knighthead Academy and training pitches. It's a special occasion at St Andrews and Knighthead Park. Blues a terrific record away from home. Unbeaten this season away from the Knighthead Training Academy pitches. Terrific record. Woodskew, impish, great movement, great feet, and draws the challenge from Meerholz, who I'm sure will just be in the back of the referee's mind. There's a couple of challenges now that has drawn the attention of Royston to the Bristol City number 8.
They've gone quick here, Blues. Got Bristol City napping.
Pendleton. Morrison stops the cross at source at the expense of a corner.
Yeah, we keep mentioning Ben Woodskow, his involvement last night to make the goal that eventually won it for Blues Under-21s, and he's been at the heart of everything good that Blues have produced in this opening half hour. Good frame about him, drops in, happy to have the ball with his back to goal, opens it up, he's neat and tidy. That's what you need from your front men to make it stick.
Yeah, he did score in that 2-0 victory over Bristol City in late April as well. Wynn's corner kick, easily dealt with by Campbell Slowey, a free header for him in the 6-yard box. Pendleton caught on it by Skinner. There's
Great
Phillips.
challenge.
Splendid challenge from Pendleton, full-blooded and clean as well. But here's Skinner, Willis marshalling.
Started well, Zach Willis. New skipper back there.
Neat play between Morrison and Meerholz.
Play.
With Skew maybe asking too much of Ruiz Wente.
Yeah, needed a bit more care. Just talking up how neat and tidy he's been. It's a good opportunity for Blues to launch the counter-attack with Ruiz Wente on the far side. But that's it. We look at Byron Pendleton. He's gone and made a thumping challenge midway through the Bristol City half, and then he's left that space. And with one move, it's Skinner who's down the other end, and that's really been a feature of the first half hour. Any misstep, the opposition looking to capitalise. It really is cat and mouse.
Very much like a chess match. The intensity certainly has dropped from that frenetic opening 10 minutes. As you say, no surprise that the beating sun down at the St Andrews at Knighthead Park turf. Both sides just looking to refine that gear and rediscover that tempo. Wacky. There's Warmington. Warmington, who has shared the net with a couple of other goalkeepers this season. Wacky. Blues just regaining a feel for the ball.
Careful.
Eubank turned into trouble. Bailed out by his goalkeeper, Warmington. It's more up than out, though, from Blues. It will drop for Hewlett.
Well done, George Wynn.
And there's Griffin, will take it on. Cut up by Pendleton. And Bristol City have committed bodies forward here, and Pendleton looking to catch them out in the transition. Invites one for Tatum to give chase.
Well done, Blues. Well done. And well done, George Wynn, as well. A couple of really crucial interventions from the midfielder in there. Who looked to play themselves into danger, but he was back there to help out and then launched the counter-attack. Frank Tatum showing all that willing running.
And it's in those situations, those odd situations where that instinct comes in. I don't think that's something you can teach. Yeah. That instinct, that composure from George Wynn to be in the right place at the right time.
The Blues didn't quite look as comfortable back there. They were trying to play out, but Bristol City went right up against them. Didn't feel like the right time.
Willis on hand to pick up the loose ball. De Silva trying to gather. Zach Ali's intervention. Certainly been busy at the back, the two centre-backs, Joshua Campbell-Slowey and Zach Ali for Bristol City. Full concentration at all times. Eubank, nicely done, as he smuggles it into Woodscoot. There's De Silva. Tatum just couldn't gather. Still alive for Blues. Ruiz Wente into chopping on that right foot.
It's a great ball from De Silva. He picks out Frank Tatum. It's not just helped into an area. He picks out a blue shirt. Unlike Frank Tatum to see his touch just go right at the vital moment. But really good stuff again from Blues.
Good battling from Eubank. Phillips, though, takes the tumble. Bristol City get on with it quickly. Ali squeezing it down the left-hand side for Skinner, another willing runner in red. Wacky. Good contest between those two.
Yeah, I think Bristol City are, of the two teams, more happy to play it down that channel and have Skinner try and latch onto it. Yeboah as well join in alongside Phillips. You know, they've helped it into areas behind Byron Pendleton a few times in this half. Not so much on that far side where Taylor Dodders a little deeper, but not much to separate them. Of course, no Menzi Maswi, no O'Shea Ellis.
Yeah, played the full 120 minutes last night for the under-21s. Two players who have made the step up throughout the season and thoroughly impressed as well in the capital, I must say.
Always the tricky part of development football, isn't it? It's almost the opposite of that trickle-down effect. You end up getting pinched from senior players. Senior team will look for the 21s. weakens them. They'll do the same to the 18s, so it's really at this level where they feel that the most, but good enough Blues side to get the job done today. Decision. Good decision. 3-on-3.
Overload. Wood scoop. There's De Silva. Red shirt's getting back now. De Silva looks to bend one. Deflected wide.
A really good decision from Ruiz Rente on that far side, just to help it forwards. And Blues had 3 shirts up. 3-on-3 momentarily. Let's go out to De Silva, cutting on that left foot. Just those moments, you can just get that little bit right. There's opportunities there for Blues.
Yeah, Bristol City's fragility has certainly been on show when they are privy to giving the ball away in tight areas. Blues not yet able to punish the Robins. There's Wynn.
Great delivery.
Oh, it's all the way in. It's been given as a foul. It won't count. Referee's blown up for a foul, I think, on the goalkeeper, or some kind of infringement in there, and we remain at a deadlock 0-0. Well, the ball's in the net. George Wynn straight from the corner kick. Referee was quick to blow Ashley Royston, and the goal won't count.
Yeah, tough for us to see, isn't it? Interesting. You want to see a replay of it, really. Just felt it was a good delivery, lots of pace. It was flat. Asked the question of Jack Witchard. The referee immediately blew his whistle, gesturing for a pull on the shirt. Not sure if it was on the goalkeeper himself or a defender in that crowded, congested penalty area, but he was a little bit excited to see the ball nestle in the net, but unfortunately disallowed.
So still remain in deadlock. But will that galvanise Blues into more goalmouth action? De Silva. Not enough pace on the ball to reach Dodd. It's picked up by Yeboah, and now Phillips joining the attack. Skinner, the willing runner. Across comes Willis.
Yeah, continues his solid half, Zach Willis. Really impressed with the Blues skipper back there. If you had a look at his clips from the opening, 36 minutes. Good headers, clearances have been real conviction. He's cleared his lines, he's snuffed out danger. Marshall, you can hear him marshalling that Blues back line as well. So good stuff back there at that heart of the Blues back line.
Yeah, we talk about that synergy in the youth development squad. Zach Willis certainly one that has experienced that, playing regular football with the under-21s and the under-18s this season.
And that's what you want. It often weakens the team, but what's the aim of development football? It's to push them through the system, keep progressing through the pathway, and ultimately become a first-team player. So, as good as it is to be involved in these competitions, it says you'd rather be involved with them than not. It shows you're doing something good. You're producing good players. There's good depth to them as well. But the ultimate goal is to see as many as these lads out there in blue shirts back here at St Andrews when it's 25, 26, 28,000 on a first team afternoon.
There's as many as 14 second-year scholars signing on, which is absolutely brilliant, and just shows the progress in the infrastructure Blues have in place here in their search, of course, for Category 1 status. The new owners, Knighthead, ambitious to make that happen by the 2025-26 season.
Yeah, pretty unprecedented move that, Matt, for you to award up. I've not known every single one of the second-year scholars to be awarded a pro deal. So, again, huge show of faith in the leadership at the football club as to what these boys have done this year and the potential that they see in them, just making that step up to 21s in professional football.
You know, it epitomises to this weekend, the double header of youth semi-finals. Just the progress that's happened in the youth system this season. Here's De Silva, and the talent on full show for the opening 38 minutes here at St Andrews at Knighthead Park. Ruiz Rente breezes past Griffin.
Great acceleration.
Just stopped in his tracks by James on the edge of the penalty area. There's that long ball again, direct by Bristol City. Easily marshalled and fielded by Blues back there.
Oh, that initial burst from Ruiz Rente gives Griffin nightmares. It just skipped past him and a couple of yards on him. Often when that happens, you know you've got the number of someone, you'll look to repeat that as often as you can.
Yeah, Jack Griffin hasn't been really able to impose himself so far this afternoon. Number 7 right winger for Bristol City. All the action happening down the left from an attacking persuasion from the Robins. As you say, having a torrid time trying to deal with the Blues number 11, Alvaro Ruiz-Rente. But Bristol City again succumbed to playing this direct ball over the top, which is bread and butter for this experienced Blues back line. Very robust, no nonsense back four, as they have been all season. And De Silva, great link-up play. Woodskew skips in field, just lifts it over the crossbar. Did everything right but the finish.
Yeah, Frank Tatham's up in arms. You can see him turning away, felt that he was free. He's asking the question of his strike partner. Lovely little ball just lifted behind. Shows great physicality, checks away from his marker. Digs it out and lifts it up over the crossbar. But Frank Tatham, it's easy for us to see up here when you're in that heat at that moment. It's happening so quickly, but Frank Tatham's 12 yards out, unmarked. He turned away immediately in disgust, didn't he, Frank? Felt that the pass was there to be made, but another good sign from Blues. And I just felt in the last 5-10 minutes have started to take charge a little bit. See more of the ball.
Yeah, De Silva, the architect, really impish ball over the top. Woodskew has so much to do. And ticked all the boxes until lifting over the crossbar. See what he was trying to do, that high finish at the near post that we've seen on so many occasions. Frank Tatham, though, not best pleased. And we still remain 0-0, 5 minutes until the break.
Tricky customer Ruiz-Rente on that far side.
Tatham.
Bad.
De Silva. Corner kick. Zach Ali, the Bristol City centre-back, was convinced that he was going to be handing the ball to his goalkeeper, but he's conceded the corner kick.
Yeah, finishing the half on top. What we got? 3 and a bit minutes plus stoppage. It is Blues that have been asking the questions in the last 10 minutes. Feel there probably should be ahead in the game given the chances they've had, seen the ball in the back of the net as well, but those first couple, De Silva and Frank Tatham's opportunities, and got some great areas in wide positions as well.
George Wynn from the corner kick then. Disallowed goal from the last one, and from this one, Bouake can't keep his header down, 6 yards out. Another brilliant chance for Blues to break the deadlock, goes begging.
Yeah, centre halves combining. Willis at the back post keeps it alive. Really good header just to direct it back into the 6-yard box. And Bouake, unmarked, 5 yards out, in trying to just twist his body. He gets underneath it, and that's where the chance goes missing. But another one to notch next to the Blues' opportunities in this first half. You just hope they don't rue them in that second.
Yeah, these corner kicks especially causing Bristol City all sorts of problems. Getting bailed out from the referee on the former. And Bouake, unfortunately, sees his header over the bar on the most recent as Warmington forced into a point-blank save. Good work by Morrison down the left-hand side, enterprising. Took it on himself. And now Bristol City looking to end the half with a flurry.
Defending.
Yeboah.
Well done again, George Wynn. Well done, George Wynn. Just at a crucial moment, Bristol City trying to hit back. Just gets his positioning right, stretch that leg, makes the interception and wins a free kick. Yeah, it was a little hot to handle for Tyrese Warmington. Had to be hacked away from inside the Blues penalty area. As 0-0s go, this is probably as eventful as you can conjure. We've seen Blues stick one in the back of the net to be called back. Couple of really good chances in wide areas. Bristol City have played their part and have asked some testing questions down their left-hand side in particular. So, again, on a knife edge. Just hoping that moment of quality, when it comes, when it does open itself up again. We've seen them. Blues have bared down on goal and haven't quite managed to create that real big chance. take it. Anything but cagey though, Matt, when you think of how big the occasion is, you know what's at stake.
Very expansive, very open. Bristol City looking to take an advantage into the break. Griffin standing up Dodd. And Dodd carrying out his defensive duties to a tee at the expense of a corner kick.
Yeah, hasn't been overly busy, Taylor Dodd, over on that side. So important that now in these vital, important moments and minutes towards half-time, remains concentrated and jockeyed well, made the block. A different set play, this one. Crammed the 6-yard box first time around.
Just delivery. Ake was up and a telling header behind from the centre-back.
The Blues felt there was a foul. It was flicked up and beyond for another corner, but nothing given.
So Bristol City ending the half deep inside the Blues penalty area, the flurry of corners.
Yeah, no rush. Make sure they set it up properly from a Bristol City perspective. Blues combination of man-to-man marking, a couple in the zones as well, in 6 yards just to go and head it.
Hewlett's delivery. Ake there again. And that brings an end to the first half. And what a first half it's been. What an exhibition of the talent in this Blues Academy that we have at our disposal. The youth flying the flag for the club, and we've seen everything but the opening goal in this first half. One of the most entertaining 0-0s you're bound to see for a while. Very open, very competitive game. Perfect for a semi-final in the sunshine, but no opening goal just yet, despite chances for both sides, Del Moon.
Yeah, there's going to be more in the second half. The way both teams have set up here and approached this game, the space in wide areas, they've put balls into the box. Blues have played their way through Bristol City on occasions, as we've already mentioned. They've had the ball in the back of the net, but had really good opportunities as well, right throughout that half, from as early on as the first 2-3 minutes and right the way through to the last 5. Blues have carved opportunities, but Bristol City, take nothing away from them, are playing their part in the game as well. And so the lads back there, Wake, Willis, Pendleton, Dodd, have to be on their toes to make sure that they do their job. But really good half, really good to watch, entertaining. Great to see the young players express themselves as they have, and all still to play for with 45 minutes left.
So first half highlights just around the corner, 0-0 here at St Andrews at Knighthead Park.
In 1875, the Small Heath Alliance was born.
Young men passionate about football coming together to join a team.
And they represented their friends, families, workplaces and local areas.
And did so with pride. Known as the entertainers, people flocked to watch them play.
It was the start of a movement, strengthened with every year that passed. The Alliance morphed into the club that bears the name of the unique city where they were from.
Birmingham.
The power of the Alliance remained.
The club was, and still is, the people, and I love them.
It has grown and prospered in lockstep with the city.
Never losing sight of the needs of the neighbourhoods it represents and responsibility to bring joy into people's lives.
Birmingham City's roots, blue thread, run deep in this hard-working multicultural city. It is extraordinary.
It's about families.
The values of the club reflect this.
Proud of our past, excited about the opportunities that lie ahead.
Our resilience has been tested time and again, making us rebellious, adaptable and stronger for the next challenge, and never losing the capacity to dream.
We love to compete and to win, always finding ways to rise to the next level.
And our purpose is to entertain, creating memories and always celebrating success.
To having a positive impact on a young boy or girl's life through a local programme.
Our values are underpinned by humility and a wicked sense of humour.
Synonymous with our hard-working heritage,
Birmingham City's inherent strength is in its ability to adapt.
And it has the tenacity needed to continuously improve.
World class is an aspiration.
It is woven into every aspect of the club through the priorities we set to drive us forward.
For every team to represent the club badge, to be competitive and be driven to bring joy and excitement.
To be recognised for excellence across every area of the club and by the partners that choose to work alongside us.
To be seen in and be part of our local neighbourhood.
Improving lives and creating new opportunities. And to be a destination of choice for outstanding talent to grow careers.
Birmingham, on the rise again.
Our purpose is to entertain.
The alliance that began in 1875 is strong, and the pursuit of greatness burns deep.
Collectively, we're second to none.
While we may lose, we are never beaten.
Our alliance and the future is brighter than ever.
And now, it's our time.
Keep right on.
Well, no breakthrough yet here at St Andrews at Knighthead Park in the PDL playoff under-18 semi-final, but it's certainly not for lack of trying. Plenty of chances for both sides, plenty of quality. There's a combination of a lack of cutting edge and some good goalkeeping and good defending, which keeps us in deadlock. It all started in the first opening 2 minutes. Alessandro De Silva being played through down the right-hand side of the penalty area and being denied by a fantastic Jack Witchard save.
Yeah, worked it well. This set the tone, didn't it? Great play from Woodscope. Just teed him up. It's a really good chance, actually. Just a little too close to Witchard, who gets down well, smothers the chance, and it's hacked clear.
But Bristol City, after that early scare, really grew into the game, especially we highlighted down this left-hand side. They were finding plenty of joy.
Yeah, you look there, just loops up, and that's what makes it so difficult for Warmington. Yeboah turning it agonisingly close around the post. It's just been chance after chance. You look at how many replays we'll have in this half. A lovely volley. What a strike that is.
And Blues would continue to cause problems from those set pieces, from those corner kicks delivered by George Wynne, who was a standout performer in that first half.
Yeah, absolutely. And Byron Pendleton, another one who early on was having real joy down the right-hand side, has probably took back but slips it through. Great first take from Frank Tatum. Just can't quite sort his feet out and gets ushered away from underneath the crossbar.
It's brilliant improvisation, just that striking instinct, that hunger. And then there was that mistake by Bouake that Bristol City were unable to take advantage of. Yeboah just getting it caught underneath his feet. A brilliant save by Warmington nonetheless.
It is, because it takes a little deflection as well on its way through, so it's a really smart stop. Only when you see the replay, he has to really adjust his feet, Warmington.
And it was both sides who went through phases of dominance in that first half. This probably the best chance of the game from a Bristol City persuasion. Skinner on his weaker right side.
When you look at those chances, it's been Blues' slip, or they're just caught a little bit too square.
And then here's what we thought was the breakthrough from George Wynne all the way in. I'm not sure where the impediment is in there.
No, it would be good to see again, because you never shoot too sure. He's looking at Cameron Eubanks and suggesting there's been a tug on the shirt, but still nothing clear for me.
Lovely dink over the top from De Silva. And you said Blues can express themselves in those final third areas, and they did that a few times, but you can see Tatum, the frustrated figure of the number 9, as Woodscope lifted that over the crossbar.
Yeah, and they've got in those areas that little inside right position on a number of occasions. This one again, another set play. It's kept alive by Willis at the back post. It's a big, big chance for Godfred Bouake inside the 6-yard box. He'll feel he could do better, but we've just rattled through probably 10 to 12 highlights in record time, and it's had that feel to it for a PDL semi-final game. Most of them, when you see it back again, have been in Blues' favour. A little bit of care in the final third. You're probably looking at a 1-2, 3-1 scoreline or whatever it might be, and without doing Bristol City any injustice, their big chances have come from Bouake's slip back there and that long ball over the top which Skinner latched onto. So they haven't quite carved Blues open as much as we have, but you have to take your chances when you find themselves in those positions. And again, the cut back to Frank Tatum where he just couldn't quite get it under control and slipped through his foot. Chances again in that, I mean, you don't realise how good the De Silva one is actually. It's only when you look back at it because it came so early on in the game. But if he can just try and angle it towards that far post, it's 1-0 after 2.5 minutes. So again, loads of chances, and I can only see, I don't want to put them, the mockers on it going into the second half. I can only see more chances again because of the way both teams are playing.
Yeah, if, buts, maybes, but one thing's for sure, it's been entertaining. It's been, Blues expressing themselves and exhibiting the best that the Blues Academy has to offer. But so far, the all-important stat, remains 0-0 here. And while the under-18s are locked in deadlock, the under-21s secured their place in their national PDL final last night in London against Millwall. Junior Dixon scoring the winner deep into added time. He and Brad Mayo spoke to Blues TV after the game. But first, let's hear from the head coach, Steve Spooner.
Spoons, congratulations on the win, an incredible game of football and progression to the PDL national final. Now, what's your initial reaction?
Pure delight. You know, I see them players in there celebrating, and when we scored the winner, that's what it's all about. And you know, I said to them before the game that these are the kind of things you'll remember no matter what you do in your career. You'll remember your younger days, and as a team. I thought for the subs coming on as well, I thought it was a whole squad. I thought they were really good. I would have liked to have been tighter at the back at times. I think we went through a period where, in the second half particularly, where we led a bit of a charmed life. So, you know, it could have quite easily gone the other way. But, you know, Brad made some really good saves and kept us in it and that. And then Junior, you know, scored 2 good goals. And I think, you know, perhaps a little bit more composure. I think we might have had a couple more as well.
Absolutely. Over 2 hours of football out there played by your lads tonight, and they kept the intensity up the whole way. You know, how proud are you of them? Yeah, really, you know, down to the fitness guys as well. We do push them. We do push them hard. But as you say, I think they look good out there. They look strong. And, yeah, it's a night to be enjoyed for the football club as well, not just this team, but for the football club. And, you know, let's hope we can go and finish it off now. Yeah, of course you were pegged back after a period of dominance from your side as well, right there at the start. But the way you fought back into it, how pleased were you with that?
Yeah. You know, I think as a staff, we prepped them well for the game. You know, we've watched them several times now. But yeah, you know, you're not going to dominate 90 minutes of football, and you know, into the second half, more minutes to play. But when we didn't dominate, I still like to see us a little bit tighter. I think we was too opening midfield at times, which exposed the back line. And that's not one person; it's units that work together. So a little bit more work to do on that. But yeah, I don't want to pick faults because there was far more positives, and you know, a good display by, as I say, the team, the squad.
Was it a testament as well to the depth of quality in the academy at the moment, that there are so many under-18s out there who played such a big part of, you know, like you mentioned, the substitutes came on. Ben Woodscoo wins the header for Junior Dixon's goal.
Yeah, Ben's, you know, he's had to dash straight back now. He's got straight in a car with one of the drivers, taking him back to prepare himself for tomorrow with the 18s. And, you know, I want to wish the 18s all the very best for tomorrow. So, you know, that's the kind of mentality that we're trying to foster. You know, they play big games tonight, got to go big again next week. A lad dashing back by a car, it's life at the top, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And like you say, then a game next week, you know, you'll celebrate tonight, of course, but the preparations start pretty much from tomorrow.
That's it. Yeah, they're back in tomorrow. You know, they'll be back late tonight, but that's no excuse. You know, get up, get in, do the cool down. All the players going over to watch the 18s and support them tomorrow, because it's, you know, it's a whole club thing. So we're there. We'll be cheering them on. They'll have Sunday off, and then they're back in preparing again on Monday.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Spoons, and congratulations on the win.
And thank you for all your support as well.
Junior, Brad, an incredible performance here at the Den tonight. Can you just sum up into words what that win means to you?
I'll go. I think we've just said in the change room, it's been a long season. Like everyone has seen, it's been tough since Christmas, but I think we've come out the better end of it. Everyone's dug in, everyone's fought, and it's my first year here, and I think I haven't been with a group of players that want it so much. When it does go bad, I think we do get around each other pretty well, and you can see out there tonight, and Brad said himself in the change room, we've trained our utmost best this whole week. We've spoke about, we've done all the tactics right, we've trained right, and you can see we've been out there 120 minutes and got the job done, so I'm just proud of everyone, really.
Brad, how much work has gone into tonight and how much effort did the boys put into tonight?
Yes, it's a brilliant night for everyone. It's one to remember, definitely. It's been a hard week, it's been intense. It was nice that we got that reward tonight of winning, and now we've just got to do it all the way now. So we're going to work hard next week and hopefully we'll get the job done again.
Of course, they go ahead quite early in the game after you were dominating for a period. You could have got your heads down at that point, but you managed to draw level terms with them. Does that show the mentality in this side?
Yeah, I think at different parts of the season, I don't think that would have been the same, if I'm being brutally honest. I think a couple heads might have gone down here and there, but I didn't really fear anything. We went to go down and I still thought to myself, you know, we've been pretty good, and like I said, we've come out on the better end of it. We went in at half-time 1-1 and we've gone in the changing room, so just look, keep going. They might have a period where they might be on top, and we just got to learn to just stick with it, keep together as a team and just come out the better end of it, and that's what we've done today. And it's good.
Brad, a few massive stops from you again today. You know, how do you rate your own performance out there?
Yes, it's a brilliant night for me. I'm just another doing my job at the end of the day, like I always say. I don't take away from the fact it's a team performance. I couldn't name one person on the pitch today which hasn't performed well. Everyone's put so much effort into it, and we got what we deserved tonight. So it's a good night.
Absolutely, and Junior, it was your 2 goals that won the tie in the end. You know, it looked like you were quite emotional at full time, but what a performance it was.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's my first year. I've had in my career alone, I've had so many ups and downs. My family were here, and I don't know, a lot of emotions came over me. I felt like I proved quite a lot of people wrong, and I don't know, as a striker, I feel like that's my job. You might miss a few chances, you might not like get to where you need to get to, but there's always someone to prove on. There's always someone watching. But like Brad says, I don't want to take it away from the teams. Without them, I wouldn't be anywhere. Without him in goal and training, I wouldn't be able to score half the goals I score. So yeah, I'm proud of everyone, proud of myself always. But yeah, I'm just happy I could be there to take them away. You have to be there to score them. So yeah.
And just finally, 1 game left until perhaps lifting the title, but you'll go into that one with plenty of confidence.
100%. We'll be raring to go again, just like tonight. We'll do our homework. We'll work hard, and I'm sure come the day we'll be ready. We'll put another shift in like we did tonight.
Lads, thank you so much, and congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much.
So Blues back out first for the second half. Bristol City making their hosts wait before carrying out their warm-ups. The Robins just making their way out of the tunnel now, stuck in a stalemate here in the PDL Under-18 semi-final. 0-0, but certainly wasn't for lack of trying, Dale Moon.
Yeah, sheer number of chances we ran through at half-time, most of them going Blues' way. More of the same of that. It's more of that intensity. As we say, I'm sure the subs will be needed at some stage in the game. Hot day down there at pitch side as well, but yeah, frenetic pace, and we were waiting for it to settle. It probably did so 35, 40 minutes into the game. I thought Blues did start to get a grip of it and ended the half on the front foot, but still could go either way this one. It's whoever takes that big chance, that big moment. We've seen so many openings in the game. Bristol City have put balls into the box. They've gone close through Yeboah. Tyrese Warmington's been called into action to try and catch and fumbled. And so it has been both sides that have played a part in that game, at least the first half. But it's who has the coolness, who has the that one bit of quality when it comes to it. It falls to a Frank Tatum or a Ben Wadsko. He wants to go and win it, make it happen. You often hear first team managers, I mean, you listen to managers at first team level after games talk about that one player who goes and makes it happen and stands up, and that's what you're looking for. But sorry, Matt, no, I just feel like it's been a good performance from Blues. You can't really highlight an area they particularly struggled, so more of the same.
Yeah, just looking for that spark from both sides, that cutting edge in the final third. Both sides having big chances, but the deadlock remains slammed shut. High stakes, high risk, high reward. Both sides looking dangerous in the transition as well, as it's Blues who get us back underway here at St Andrews at Knighthead Park in the Under-18s PDL playoff semi-final. No changes at half-time by either side, I should say, to open the first half. I'll bring you those 11s in just a moment, as Blues are on the attack with Pendleton down the right-hand side. Here's De Silva, who had that glorious chance really early on in the first period. Expertly saved by Witchard in the Bristol City net. De Silva brave with a header across. Tatum was showing an interest. Bristol City just about managed to tidy things up, and then great strength by Eubank to hold off Phillips and win the free kick from the Bristol City striker, 0-0.
Yeah, strong stuff from Cameron Eubank in there. Converted striker, now in there as a bit of a general, isn't he? Tries to play, but great physical presence about him. And would you shoot? Would you shoot from here? They'll be interested, I think. Just look at the way Ben Wadsko's shaping up.
I feel like in a game of this dynamic, what we've seen in the first half, absolutely, why not?
Yeah, he's standing over it, just measuring up that wall.
Of course, already, as mentioned, helped himself to an assist yesterday. Not 12 hours ago, 24 hours ago, I should say. And Woodscrew steps up, just got under it. Couldn't get it back down in time to trouble Witchard. Good intent, though. Nice to see. Strong first half, Ben Woodscrew had. Central and everything Blues did going forward. It's Skinner, likewise down the other end for Bristol City in the first half, and he wins the first corner kick of the second period.
A good turn of pace from Pendleton as well to get himself back in. It looked like Skinner had the beating of him in those first few strides, but Pendleton turned the burners on. But now another opportunity for Bristol City to put it in the mix. Bit of variation in their set plays in the first half, so something they've worked on.
Yeah, so Warmington starts in goal for Blues in this second half. Pendleton, Buake, Willis and Dodd. De Silva, Eubank, Wynn and Ruiz Rente, and Tatum and Woodscoot leading the line for Blues. Bristol City whipped into that near post, came off a red shirt last and behind. Campbell slowly showing an interest.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see, Matt, if this second half has the same intensity as the first. Whether it'll be a little bit more measured. Big pitch, young players on the occasion. I think the excitement, adrenaline for that first half gets you through it, but
okay, bundled over by Skinner, who certainly looked like a live wire, certainly the danger man for Bristol City down that left flank through periods of that first half. Something that Blues switched their system to nullify midway through the first period. Still a danger. De Silva looks to smuggle into Woodscrew, well read by James. And this is Morrison, who can surge over the halfway line. Two Blues players in his wake. Skinner is onside. Skinner fashions across, but overhit and behind. So Witchard in goal for Bristol City. James, Campbell-Slowey, Ali and Morrison. Griffin, Merholz, Hewlett, the captain, and Skinner. And then Phillips and your boy leading the line for the Robins.
yeah, when you look at that Bristol City side, I think it has been Elijah Morrison and Luke Skinner down that Bristol City left who caused one or two problems for Blues just because of the nature that Blues play, the expansive style.
Woodskew putting James under a bit of pressure. James looked to have 2 palms on the back of Woodskew as the Blues striker went over, referee uninterested.
Yeah, it looked like he was eating up the ground, wasn't he, Ben Woodskew? Looked like he had the beating of his marker as well. Went to ground. Long look at the referee.
Frightening turn of pace, Woodskew. Physicality, great turn of pace, can hold the ball up.
And lots to like, isn't there?
Lots to like. Great ball by Eubank, first time for Pendleton. Pendleton wins the corner off Morrison.
Yeah, good quality about what Blues are doing. Tidy passing, bit of caretaking. It's just that last little bit. You see Ben Woodskew having a word with the referee, just gesturing that there was a couple of, as you said, Matt, a couple of palms in the back. But scares the life out of defenders. You think you've got the situation under control. The striker galloping up from behind. He's a bit quicker than you are. And they'll be wary of that, I'm sure, in the second half. That's for George Wynn to deliver. Been impressed with George in that.
Yeah, certainly orchestrated things alongside Eubank for Blues. Great patrolling in the middle. One corner found the back of the net. What can he muster up with this one? Longer, it's gone out of play before it could benefit.
Just got underneath it too much, didn't he? Just hoisted it up into the air and swung out of play for a goal kick. So a bit of a waste.
Commentator's curse, maybe. Hewlett. Morrison's header invited some interest from Yeboah. Buake across to make the intervention. Tatum will give chase. And Richard can collect 0-0 as the sun peers back out from behind the clouds.
He's not afraid to step in, is he, Godfrey Buake? He's obviously had that slip in the first half, but every time he's had the ball, happy to step in, try and open up some space as a thumping challenge comes in, not once but twice from Taylor Dodd.
Wynn looks to pick up the pieces. Mehrholz thought he was held back by Woodskew, who I think might be signalling that it was a bit of an identical challenge to the one that he wanted a foul for.
Yeah, it hasn't been a rip-roaring start as it was 6 minutes in. We probably already had 3 chances in the first half, but
yeah, not played at quite the breakneck speed that the opening 10 in the first half was. James looking for that slide ball inside for Griffin.
Yeah, you can see why Blues have dominated the league. And you look at the quality they've got at the back, right the way across that back line, with Aaron Pendleton, who's a threat going forward and quick across the ground. Buake is comfortable with the ball at his feet, good physical presence about him. Zach, we already mentioned him as someone who marshals the back line. And Taylor Dodd showed a bit of a thumping challenge when the opportunity presented itself. So they're solid across that back line, and then the threats that we have highlighted before the game and in that first half as well, both from wide areas and down the middle with Tatum and Woodskew. You can see why that 10 points at the top of the table is probably justified. Imagine on an afternoon you could blow a team away.
Yeboah will latch onto this. Just tight to the byline. Buake to beat, and he's done just that, but the ball just escaped the field of play before Hewlett came sliding in.
Yeah, again, you can see Danny Barham having a word with Byron Pendleton there, just about his positioning. See how high he is compared to his teammates across that back line. It's that little pocket of space behind him that Bristol City have looked to lift the ball into on a few occasions, and that's the source of that chance. It's really good footwork, actually, isn't it, by Ephraim Yeboah, right up against the byline to keep that.
Risky ball back by De Silva. Skinner looking to sneak in. Warmington had to react, and now Tatum having a run with Campbell Slowey, who was anything but slow. And got there just ahead of Tatum.
You can't take your eyes off it, can you? Just when you think it's just that's just one clearance downfield, it looks like it's a big chance down the other end.
And now Yeboah getting up to speed down the left-hand side. Yeboah looking to come to the fore in this second half. had a few opportunities to stretch his legs. And he's earned a corner from these recent exploits.
Yeah, we didn't see him hug this touchline as much in that first half. He's already started to venture across there, maybe something that they've had a look at the interval as well. But on a couple of occasions there, he's received the ball far on that left-hand side. He more or less played central in the first period. Just little tweaks that Blues have got to look at.
Yeah, neither side maybe not coming storming out the blocks, but Bristol City certainly looking to seize the initiative at the start of this second half. Hewlett. Corners deep. Buake up again. James. Medholz finds Phillips smartly. Eubank across to field it. And behind for yet another corner. Good spell of Bristol dominance this.
Yep. Blues have to make sure they do their jobs. Not quite weathering a storm, but you know, when you're having to defend a little bit in this period. Another set play, it's probably 3 or 4 now in this second half.
Yeah, you touched on it in the first half, but each time it's sort of a different setup from Bristol City. This one looked like it eluded everyone in the middle. It did so. Behind for a goal kick. Of course, you know, set-piece specialists will come in and plan each and every set-piece with variations, but it's seldom you see them so starkly different.
Yeah, no, I've look at the first one. They absolutely saturated the 6-yard box and made it difficult for Tyrese Warmington, and then they've had a little mixture where loitered around the penalty spot and all broke away in different directions. Which keeps Blues backline thinking.
Tatham's ricochet maybe benefiting Woodscoo.
Well done, Ben.
And Witchard looked petrified then. Just had to clear his lines any which way, with the towering figure of Woodscoo breathing down his neck.
He's not slouch, is he? He's not a slouch when he gets motoring. He just makes the goalkeeper have to make a decision. He hasn't got a free clearance, and what that allows is Blues now have a throw midway through the Bristol City half, so it's giving chase to what would be a lost cause. Gets Blues up the pitch.
Rees Rente, snapshot from the angle. From distance, I should say. Easily gathered by Witchard, just when Pendleton had made the burst down the right.
It looks like a lopsided back line. It is very similar to that Blues back four. There is Ethan Laird who's allowed to go forward, with Lee Buchanan a little bit more conservative. You see the same here. Taylor Dodd certainly not as forward thinking as Byron Pendleton is.
There's one for Willis to field. Skinner breathing down his neck, and Luke Skinner has relinquished the Blues captain of possession. Telling touch from Dodd just to take it out of the path of Griffin, who was sneaking around the back. Ali. One for Phillips to give chase. Eubanks comes across. Phillips has beaten him. There's Skinner, pokes towards goal. Scooped away by Dodd. Dangerous moments these for Blues. Good spell for Bristol City, given away by the captain Hewlett. Tatham just looked to feint away from James, who read the situation well to intervene. And Yeboah won't get there, and Blues survive a siege.
They do, just about, because it is sneaking inside that far post. Important for Blues. I think it was Zach Willis, was back there to clear, but it was prodded goalwards, and it has been Bristol City's last 5-10 minutes. The needless pushing the back from Woodscoo. It puts Blues on the back foot, but just when you need those front two, Tatham and Woodscoo now just to hold it, make it stick. We spoke about those qualities in the first half. Frank Tatham was waiting for the ball, got caught on his heels, and then Ben gives away a cheap free kick. Need those two just to relieve this little bit of pressure.
James seeks out Griffin. Heavy challenge from Dodd, no nonsense. Tooth and nail, but all ball.
Yeah, this is it, that's where your little bit of character comes in. Right, come on then, let's sit in, make sure we defend properly, do our jobs for now, see this out. Imagine you're looking at your wide players then in Ruiz, Rente, De Silva to start carrying you up the pitch.
Yeah, De Silva certainly not doing as much chasing as we saw in the first half. It's Woodscoo hunting away this time, and he reaps the benefits. And there's Tatum. Looks to feed De Silva. Still something there for Blues, but Ali skewers it away. Really well won back by Woodscoo. Campbell slowly just did well to get goal side of Tatum.
Yeah, just that little bit of care is the only thing, isn't it? Get yourself in, wins the ball back. Again, it looks like another little overload. Just need that little bit of care when it matters.
No nonsense from Willis. Just that cutting edge lacking from both sides. This one was stuck in deadlock, 0-0. So we tick up to the hour mark here in this Under-18s PDL playoff semi-final. A national final against either Charlton or Barnsley to come, and Ruiz Rente was just lurking there through the middle. Out came Witchard, who read the situation.
Yeah, again, that's it, just that little bit of care, but Bristol City found square and high up the pitch, and it's perfect for Ruiz Rente to dart into that space. Just needed to get the weight of pass right, Byron Pendleton. Yeah, that's another semi-final. Kicking off at 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, Charlton, who stormed the southern section, and Barnsley, who finished 10 points behind Blues. Await either one of these teams.
Challenge. Now play. Hasn't quite clicked up there for Blues in this second half so far. Broken down on a couple of occasions and had that same fluidity. I think the wide players have been involved. We speak about how high they play. De Silva and Ruiz Rente haven't had the involvement in these opening 15 minutes of the second period. Influence not quite as strong on the game, so need to find a way, Blues, to get them involved.
Ben Woodscoo calls for concern, gingerly moving about. A problem with his left ankle. Limping up there, and the bench have taken notice. So we'll see how that progresses. Pendleton half clears away. Picked up by Morrison. Eubank putting himself about. Skinner looking to tee someone up in the middle. Cross comes De Silva to stop the cross at source at the expense of a corner kick. But as you say, Blues just riding their luck at the moment. Unable to really get out of their half in a progressive sense.
Yeah, no, definitely been a period of pressure for Bristol City. Again, it's another set play that Blues are having to defend. Whenever there's an opportunity, a free chance to put the ball in the box, it spells danger, so I don't want to give too many of these away.
Hewlett's corner kick. It was James with the header, stooping on the edge of the 6-yard box, just narrowly past the left-hand post.
Well, Tyrese Warmington is clearly comfortable. He waves, he puts his arms out wide as if to say, well, he's aware that that was going wide. It dropped inches wide of the post. It was a lot closer than I think he thought. Frank Tatum, who's requiring some treatment.
Well, that's real cause for concern for Blues.
Sorry,
then.
Matt, just as the replay plays here, is at the back post. Warmington happy to see it wide, but then barks orders at his defence in front of him, and he has a right to do so as well. It's a big chance. This break probably comes at a good time for Blues, just to stem the flow a little bit, gives coaching staff a chance to speak to the players, get some fluid on board, and just bring to a halt what's been a good spell for Bristol City.
Yeah, Joseph James unable to take advantage from that spell, stooping his header wide. Did have he made his first team debut at Ashton Gate in defeat to Ipswich Town in the Championship this season, the Under-18s right back. Couldn't find himself on the score sheet here this afternoon.
Yeah, looks like a hamstring that they're testing out there for Frank.
Yeah, Ben Woodscoo was the man I thought showed some cause for concern, but he seemed to have recovered from that knock he picked up. But it's his strike partner, Frank Tatum, who's receiving the attention from the physios.
Well, the worry is it's not an impact injury. He hasn't been involved in a collision or a challenge, and so if he is feeling anything in the hamstring, the only hope is it's a little bit of cramp. They're taking their time with it, aren't they, just to assess the situation and see. I mean, he's been prolific for the under-18s this year, hasn't he, Frank Tatum?
Yeah, 18 goals in all. 7 goals in the first 4 games of the season came storming out of the blocks, including a hat-trick against Ipswich in August. Simply a phenomenon at this level. And that will be a real blow for Blues to lose him, because we were speaking earlier about a player that can really bring you that moment of magic, and he's certainly one.
Yeah, he's been marched off the pitch. Still can't see if they've got a replacement ready, so I hope you might give this a go, Frank. There's no one stripped off and ready to come on, so hopefully just treated for something minor. And he's coming back on.
So as you say, a chance to stop the flow. Well, Bristol City were finding themselves comfortably in. Blues regroup, regalvanise. Warmington received some instructions one-on-one from the coaching staff. Maybe with his distribution, how he can get Blues going again. There's Eubank, marshalling, dictating the midfield. Pendleton, Scoos continued his run. Across comes Ali.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on Frank Tatum, see how he's moving.
De Silva spins away from Morrison. Impish touch in field from Pendleton. Gets the return.
Great delivery.
And Tatum looks to bring it down. It's to set up for the acrobatic effort. Blues still in the hunt. Ruiz Rente skips onto that right foot, looks to bend one. Witchard watched it all the way.
Yeah, really good feet. Shifts it one way and then snaps the other onto that right foot. Quite find the corner.
Griffin. Skinner. He's taken it well. 2 red shirts in the middle. Looks for Yeboah. Forced wide, angles tight. Phillips was lurking. More importantly for Blues, so was Pendleton retreating.
And then in a flash down the other end, and that has been a feature of the game. One chance falls to Blues. And in a flash, Bristol City have another corner. And they're down the other end. And neither of them have managed to find that little bit of quality in front of goal. It's the only thing missing from an entertaining game. Definitely not paid at the same pace as it this second period. That stoppage has probably added to that.
Hewlett's delivery. Willis away at the front stick. Immediately looks to get Tatum away. Asked too much of the Blues striker.
Need a little bit of composure from the Blues skipper. Now Blues back chasing the ball under the sun.
Silva.
Yeah, I think there's one or two of them feeling it a little bit now. Walking pace to go and collect the ball from Byron Pendleton. The longer this game goes on, we've got a quarter of the game left. Whoever takes that moment now.
De Silva looking to create that moment. Across comes Joseph James, but you're absolutely right. You just feel like a goal now would knock the stuffing out of the other team. There's so much grit, so much hard work has gone into these performances.
Oh, play on, ref. Play on.
Yeah, the ref played advantage to see if Ruiz Rente would get there. He got there and immediately blew the whistle back.
Yeah, just like to. Sometimes I wonder why they don't buy them. Give themselves the time. You can always put it back. Just see how it progresses. Instead, it looked like Ruiz Rente had nudged it beyond his marker, Joseph James, but
There's a great bit of
There you
skill
go,
there, yeah. Absolutely. Talk about players expressing themselves, referees have other ideas. There's Dodd under pressure from Skinner into Tatum, who thankfully has seemed to largely have shaken off what was causing him some bother.
Great pass.
Pendleton tracks down the right-hand side, searching
Great
for Tatum
delivery.
at the back stick. Couldn't rise high enough.
He's
And
no good.
might have just aggravated that injury that he was being treated for about 5 minutes ago, Tatum.
A little hobble, isn't he? He's moving a little bit ginger. I wonder whether there's a decision to be made here. Danny Barham and Manola and Shaw have had a little look to each other. I think he was hobbling as he landed, Frank Tatum, but yeah, it looked like it was tracking all the way onto Frank Tatum's head.
And it was almost like he didn't want to commit to the leap in fear of doing some damage. But in response to that, Bateman and Ahmed have been sent to warm up. So maybe the first glimpses of the possibility of a Blues change or two.
Yep, we said it'd be important. 70 minutes up. The sheer volume and chances in that first half, haven't anything like it in the second. I just wonder who that suits more. This more of a controlled, structured game. Both of them committing men forwards. But the fact that Bristol City have the stingiest defence in both the north and the south suggests that they're quite happy playing at a pace that's a little bit more measured. I'm sure that the end-to-end nature wouldn't suit them as much as it suits Blues.
Yeah, sort of from that gun-ho nature of that first half to a bit of a war of attrition in this second half. Skinner in highly, but he's won back possession. There's Phillips. Morrison is the man over. Morrison towards goal. Warrington got down well to his left-hand side. Tame finish in the end from the left-back.
Yeah, Yeboah's ready to pounce. Really soft hands from Warmington to keep it close to his body. It's good stuff from the Blues keeper.
Witchku thought he was caught. Referee disagrees, and Bristol City looking to take advantage. Skinner stopped in his tracks by Eubank's intervention. Phillips will pick up. Dodd that this time doing the fielding. And you just feel the pendulum of momentum swinging once again in the Robins' favour.
Yeah, their management staff out, trying to applaud their team to get them going. Where little mistakes might creep in, those tired legs, tired minds. See the game now slowed right down.
Skinner still as lively as ever. Dodd still as robust as ever. Eubank.
He's done very well.
Yeah, Yeboah clipping at his heels. As has Woodskote to find Pendleton. Again, 4 strong in this Blues attack.
Well done, Byron.
Tatum is onside. Isolated down the right-hand side. He's done well to win a throw-in just shy of the corner flag.
Yeah, lots of quality there. Starting with Cameron Eubank deep inside his own half. Starts the move. Pendleton then bursting forward, showing that acceleration, just cutting in field. Feels like a slog now for the players, doesn't it? You just see not quite that sharpness in the play, but moves with the corner.
Woodsku earning it.
It might be a set piece, Matt. You think of how many Bristol City have had. It might be that just drops to a blue shirt or a red shirt down the other end that settles it. And the chances have dried up in this second half. These dead ball situations become more and more important.
Wins corner kick. Decent delivery. Whitfield got up, or Whitchard I should say. Immediately looks to release Skinner. Blues a bit light at the back. Reinforcements arriving now. Skinner finds Phillips. Skinner again. Pendleton in the way.
Well, we've said it umpteen times now, but it's one long ball, releases Skinner, and from one corner, which Blues were attacking, they're now having to defend, and Richard not afraid of launching one downfield, and Bristol City launching a counter-attack. We might be approaching 7, 8, 9 corners, I think, for Bristol City in this second half.
Morris's delivery deep towards the back post. James again, this time lurking around the back. Couldn't make any convincing contact. I think he was surprised it actually reached him.
Yeah, I think you're right. It hits him more than anything else. I don't think he is expecting the ball to drop to him. You can see from his immediate reaction, it's a big chance at that far post. And you see a few Blues players dropping to their haunches and stretching off those calves, bits of cramp, feeling it a little bit. Cameron Eubank, one of them. Godfrey Brackie, another.
Yeah, it's been a long season. High demands on these young bodies. And no less than this afternoon, a really intense game. Played at breakneck speed for, well, almost the entirety of the 75 minutes that we've had. And Bristol City finally withdraw their danger man, Luke Skinner. And he's replaced by Tim Apsion.
Great name. Yeah, first change. Well done. Got to try and fake. Yeah, you can see where he's trying to play his way out the other side, Blues. It's the right idea. Well done. Yeah, Ruiz Rente's trying to just drop it into midfield because Byron Pendleton's in Oceans on that far side, but it has to be the right ball if it's in there. Can't afford to give it away midway through your own half, dead centre of the pitch.
And from a Blues perspective, looks like Yusuf Ahmed is being given his final instructions.
Now it's got to be the same. And again.
That's where De Silva's eyesight goes. And the ball finds Pendleton. And Pendleton can drift in field, and Tatham's made the burst beyond.
Step in. Not much in front of you.
Eubank, really good pick out.
Loads of time.
De Silva, looking to tee someone up in the middle. Overcooked it.
Yeah, a little bit more patience needed, I think, there. Just nothing's on. Just recycle it, keep hold of the ball, keep the pressure up around that Bristol City box. The Blues have been made to defend for periods of this second half, so just enjoy having the ball around that Bristol City area. Instead it was lumped in and never really gave Woodskill or Tatham a chance.
And Yusuf Ahmed is the first Blues change. Looks like it's going to be Ben Wodsku, who of course has played half an hour more than anybody else in the past 24 hours, putting in a hell of a shift last night in the capital at Millwall in the under-21s victory, and even setting up Junior Dixon for the winner. So what a race he has run to last 78 minutes here this afternoon.
Yeah, putting a really good shift, particularly in that first half. He was the danger man, wasn't he? Dropping into areas, used it well, great physical presence about him, and I think one thing that's impressed me, he can shift as well. He's not a slouch for quite for a big lad, so decent enough effort from him.
It's Tatham to strengthen the hold-up play. Seeks out De Silva. De Silva looking to get Ali on skates. Ahmed's first involvement is to make a burst in field. He was the intended target. Blues will have a throw-in.
They are tricky, aren't they, De Silva and Ruiz Rente? The turn of foot, that jerky, skillful nature about them.
And Zach Ellis taking a few, just seeking assistance from his teammate Taylor Dodd. just to stretch some cramp.
Yeah, maybe that intensity of the first half, the heat, the occasion, or just now feeling the effects of it.
Ten minutes to go. 10 minutes for a hero amongst these 22 to step up and send their team through to the National PDL playoff final.
Feet. George Wynn down that right-hand side. Real trickery. Wins the free kick. We keep mentioning it, don't we? That set plays, corners. Up come the big men.
And George Wynn has picked himself up and dusted himself off. Put his right foot through this.
Might go to Frank Tatham here along the floor. Oh, it could have. Could have.
It's gone to Ahmed along the floor.
I think the ball was Tatham. He peeled away and Bristol City hadn't gotten down. That's a big clash of heads. There's more cramp, I think.
Yeah, Eubank's gone down with cramp just to add insult to injury.
He's back up. We thought initially it was a bang to the head, didn't you? They're just checking. Blues medical staff.
Looks like the Bristol City man's come off worse in that regard, but full-blooded challenge, as has been the tone all afternoon. Fully committed.
Yeah, both of them, to be fair. Bounce there, it was there to be won. They've both gone flying in and a chance to get some more fluids on board. You see the players. Yep, it is that one moment. It's stark contrast to the first half, wasn't it, where we had that many chances. You look at this second period, it's been a load of corners. The Blues haven't really fashioned a huge opening. Big glaring chance that we can point to. And Bristol City have huffed and puffed around that sort of on the counter-attack, put balls into the box, but not a huge save for Tyrese Warmington to make and Jack Witchard likewise. So lots of the game played between both boxes. Can either side conjure up that one big moment that takes them to the final.
Certainly there to be won by both sides. Both sides have had period of dominance, periods of ascendancy. And thankfully, Jack Griffin back to his feet and getting some fluids on board.
I wonder if they're asking for Blues to return the ball here, but centre halves have come up from the back, so Bristol City staff not happy.
Mickey Bell and Trevor Chalice making their feelings known on the sideline to the linesman.
Both players having to come off as they've received treatment, so both momentarily down to 10 at least.
Yeah, Eubank and Griffin not involved for this set piece. It's poorly delivered by George Wynn, collector's item this afternoon. He's done terrifically well to win it back. There's Tatham, who has seemed to have recovered from that slight scare. He's palmed off the captain, Hewlett, and Tatham still persevering. And now Wynn.
Yeah, move the ball.
Tatham.
Great delivery. Oh.
Begging for a touch, was begging for a touch. Ruiz Rente went for it. May have lost it in the sunshine. Just couldn't provide the finishing touch. What a ball that is from Frank Tatham.
Look at that, winds it up, wraps his foot around it, plenty of pace, on the money. On the money. Alvaro Ruiz Rente just has to get a little bit more contact on it to guide it inside that far post, but we're looking for that one bit of quality. I think it comes from Frank Tatham. It's a delightful cross right into the head of Ruiz Rente. Chance goes begging.
Just couldn't get that spring to really connect with the quality of the cross. It looks like it's the captain who's down. Zach Willis the most recent to suffer with cramp.
Yeah, he was stretching, wasn't he, at the halfway line minutes ago, so still feeling some of that cramp. 6 minutes of the 90. Is there one big push? Is there one big effort? Can you go and find a late winner?
Yeboah hasn't been as involved in the past 15 or so minutes. Pendleton. Ruiz Rente, who had that golden opportunity to connect with Tatham's cross just a few moments ago. Bravely in by Wynn. Ruiz Rente,
feet,
impish touch in field. Looks to invite Tatham forward.
Oh, ref. I don't think there's anything there.
6 of one, half dozen of the other, I think.
Zach Willis has run his race here, Matt. I think he's done in the centre circle. Blues are trying to make a sub.
Yeah, and the Blues bench need to act quickly. Will Burrell is the elected replacement.
Yeah, loss for Blues, particularly if you're looking ahead to 30 more minutes of football. Your captain and centre half, the heart of that Blues defence. Struggling to shake it off, isn't he?
The armband handed across to a man who's worn it many times this season, Cameron Eubank. And you can see no one is as frustrated as the man himself, Willis, to be forced off.
Yeah, they've tried to stretch it off a few times, haven't they? They've tried to get some fluids to him. It's 2 or 3 occasions.
First involvement for Burrell. And a bit of afters between Yeboah and Buake. And it continues to spill over right in front of the referee.
Yeah, it looks like he's just diffusing it a little bit, isn't he, the ref? Nothing more than a stern word, but is there one big chance left? 3 minutes. The chances have been hard to come by in the second half. It's felt like a real battle for the players to generate something of note.
Burrell's first involvement. Awkward one, but managed to do just enough. Ahmed flicks it on. Eubank surveying. There's Morrison. Upside round the back. It'll fall for Griffin. Sion turns away from Dodd. Was he brought down? No. Referee and linesman say yes.
Yeah, I thought Taylor Dodd got goal side. I don't think he needed to. He's asking the question to the assistant and the referee late in the game. It didn't look like there was anything in it, but we're looking at it through blue tinted glasses maybe, I don't know, but
just looked like he leant into Dodd and sort of went over in his own accord. But final word is free kick, dangerous position. Morrison taking up the mantle for the delivery.
Yeah, they defended a lot of these in this second half. No Zach Willis on the pitch.
And Meerholz just lurking on the edge of the penalty area, and that's where they've gone. Sion.
Hey, through it, but
and creeping round the back is Morrison. Vital intervention from Dodd. The spin on the ball just held it up in front of Morrison before he could pull the trigger, and that allowed Dodd with the intervention.
I don't know if it's one from the training ground, but just didn't seem to have any idea of how the shooting opportunity was coming for Bristol City. It was played back, as you mentioned, to a free man on the edge of the box, but then it was closed down and just sort of fizzled out until it was helped to the back post.
Inch perfect ball to find Morrison. Outside shows an interest. Slammed away by Ruiz Rente. Joseph James wanted some movement ahead of him.
Yeah, managing the game, Bristol City, aren't they now? So late on.
Out comes Warmington. Down goes Yeboah. Nothing doing from the referee. And interestingly, Elijah Morrison momentarily came over to this right-hand side, but in fact they're switching back, Jack Griffin and Elijah Morrison. And Yeboah, after looking in some discomfort, straight back to his feet.
Yeah, I don't know how long we've got of added time, but we're past the 90. Heading towards extra time for the second time in as many days. You wouldn't have predicted 0-0, would you, after that first 10-15 minute spell? He had a few stoppages, so there might be a considerable amount of time for Blues to fashion a chance.
Yeboah too physical with Bouake, who was impeded. The referee halts the Ghanaian from progressing.
Oh dear.
Warmington misplaced.
I think Bristol City have probably been the better side in this second half without creating too many clear-cut chances. Had more of the ball. Lots of balls into the box from corners and set plays. Finishing on top as well. They're both the Blues players a little bit tired, a little bit leggy.
There's Dodd, who's certainly been busier in this second period, down that Blues left side.
Stood up well to the task, hasn't he? Aggressive, made a couple of big challenges. I think really is in behind Taylor Dodd.
Joseph James surveying his options, delivering, barrel away. The Silver flicks on, picked up by Bristol City as they look to finish the 90 strong. Yeboah and Bouake still trading blows and scoring points against each other in an individual battle.
Yeah, Bouake's done well.
Ahmed can't gather. Fizzed ball into him by Borrell. Borrell back there again to field. The ball dropped in over the top. Absan spins away, looks to link up with Phillips. Phillips measures it up, takes a deflection behind for a corner kick. Bristol City in the ascendancy in stoppage time.
Yep, intricate little play on the edge of the Blues box. Fashions a chance. Does it neat and tidy, doesn't he, Phillips? There's another ball into the box again that Blues are having to defend. A few taking big deep breaths. 90+3.
Hewlett's delivery, up goes Warmington. It's been a big shift by everyone out there on the turf. And it looks like we're heading into another half an hour. Unless De Silva in behind. Ali just with a vital intervention. Just looked like De Silva was going to race away. Played almost 4 minutes of stoppage time. Mouake took a risk, paid off into Win bundled over. Opportunity for Blues to get the ball up the pitch and some respite in stoppage time, and now George Wynn seeking assistance from his teammates to get rid of some cramp. Cameron Eubank still suffering.
Yeah, you see every stoppage, he's stretching those calves off. Now it's time for George Wynn to try and shrug off some cramp. I was going to highlight the fact that one opportunity that we turned the ball round the corner for Ruiz Rente to latch onto, we haven't seen it in that second half. Both he and De Silva have been quiet, haven't they? It's no fault of their own. We haven't managed to find them in those isolated one-on-one situations. Had so much joy in the first half, but supply lines dried up a little bit for the second. We've got to find a way of getting those danger men on the ball in this. We're so late on in the game, what could be extra time. Dropping like flies at George Wynn again, stretching his calves off in the middle of the pitch. The game being played at walking pace now, both teams feeling it.
Certainly. Yeah, just petering out, understandably so. You touched upon it in the first 5 minutes, but the sun really beating down in Smallheath. Such physical demands, mental demands, and this young group of players. So much at stake, big occasion. And what an account they've made of themselves. Maybe one last chance in normal time. George Wynn looking to carve it out. And we're into the 7th minute of stoppage time.
Yeah, referee having a little look, seeing how much longer. I mean, there was a stoppage for Zach, wasn't there? A couple where he was suffering with cramp. Obviously, the collision between Cameron Eubanks and was it the Bristol City player who received treatment as well. So
Dodd, who starts play with the throw-in. Tatum can't gather, might fall for Ruiz Rente, and groans of frustration as the winger goes for goal himself, and that brings an end to the 97 minutes of action in the second half. Well, chances were flying left, right and centre in the first period. The chances though in the second half, very much more of a premium. Both sides displaying outstanding accounts of themselves. Bristol probably took that second half as far as possession and dominance was concerned, but the all-important stat remains in deadlock with absolutely nothing to separate the two sides. And for the second time in 24 hours, a Blues PDL semi-final is going to go to extra time.
Yeah, it's just seemed to peter out, didn't it, Matt, in terms of like the intensity of the game. I think stoppages didn't help, lots of cramp from a Blues perspective. Bristol City having the better of it really in the second period without being dominant. Lots of corners and the put balls into the box, but from a Blues perspective, they've got to just collect themselves again, try and find a way of getting those wide players, so I think will be key in Ruiz Rente and De Silva. No Ben Wadsko, of course, so in those areas where Blues were having so much joy in the routine 90, they're going to have to try and get them back on the ball for extra time. 30 minutes still to play.
Yes, another 30 minutes needed to separate these two sides, and what has been a really entertaining and enthralling affair, albeit just stalling in tempo towards the end of the 90, understandably so. But that period of extra time is just around the corner to decide who is going to progress into the Under-18s PDL playoff final. So the second consecutive PDL playoff semi-final on a knife edge. Unable to be separated in the normal 90 minutes. Extra time needed. What a demand on these young group of players who have given absolutely everything for 97 minutes to pick themselves up and go again.
Entire season, big half an hour. There's potential penalties to come, great feat.
Just the one change in that interlude. George Wynn forced off with cramp, replaced by Taylor Sanders. That was Sion brought down on that far side by Taylor Dodd, who was certainly very busy down that Blues left in the second period. He was glad to see the back of Luke Skinner when he made way.
Another set play to defend Blues. Got to try and muster some sort of chance in this extra time period. So often they're non-entities, are they? The tiredness sets in. Set plays are going to be important.
It's up by Burrell, kept alive by Yeboah. Just a correction, Caleb Sanders has come on for George Wynn.
Yeah, you want the energy of those substitutes. They're going to be crucial if Blues are to create a chance and take a chance in this extra time period.
There's De Silva asking too much of Pendleton. Just as Sanders have made that burst in field to receive it short.
You've got to try and find some way of creating a chance when those legs are tired and those minds are tired. As we say, the subs are going to play a part. Great challenge.
De Silva just wrapping his leg around the back of Phillips. And down goes Pendleton. Cramp looking to take yet another victim.
Yeah, so soon after the restarts, any sprint downfield is difficult at the moment for Myron Pendleton. Looked like Blues are going to make a substitution, and now play will resume. So
Jack Richard forced into evasive manoeuvres under pressure from De Silva. Brian Bateman looking like he's been given his final instructions as well for Blues on the bench. Stripped off and ready to go.
they were going to make a change. Then the assistant has allowed play to continue. Came sprinting down at the next opportunity, but Blues have decided against it for now. But Pendleton on the floor once again.
And Pendleton has asked for an energy sachet, so determined to continue.
So many stoppages, hasn't they? Just really made that second half quite bitty. We're only 4 minutes into extra time, and again, players suffering with cramp.
People talk about a game of two halves from one side dominating, but that was a game of two halves from the whole dynamic of the game.
Yeah. Yeah. It's been energy sapping second half. They've got to try and muster up some, whether it's a bit of creativity, whether it is set plays, it's a way of trying to find to win this game, because it's been all between both 18-yard boxes. No real goal scoring opportunities for either side in the latter part of that second half, as energy just dried up.
Someone's got to dig deep and find some reserve supplies. Pendleton's throw as he continues to push through. Ahmed shows good strength in the midfield, but runs into traffic in the form of Hewlett. There's Tatum, intelligent play. Ruiz Rente turning on the afterburners and pulling it back towards Tatum. Just evaded the blue striker.
Yeah, that little burst is all you're after this late in the game.
Here's Absion. Uses off Ahmed. Looking to the edge of the penalty area for Meerholz. Blues cut that out. There's Rente. Just surveying for options, gliding across the turf from left to right. Sensational ball to find Pendleton, and Tatum is arriving round the back, and Pendleton sends it in to find him just behind the blue striker, and Pendleton's race might just be run.
Yeah, a couple of occasions Blues have then found that burst down the flank.
And Morrison, because of that vacated right back position, all alone on this left hand side. Bristol City opted to drop one over the top for Yeboah instead.
Yeah, Byron Pendleton's done, isn't it? It's hard to continue, but
Brian Bateman caught from the bench, called from the bench. And we presume that will be for Pendleton.
And just walking back, Byron. He's like a reluctance for him to come off, but
he's been given the call. Made a great account of himself today, the fullback. Such athleticism, such robustness in defence. Real all-rounded fullback.
Yeah, that bursting and busting runs down that right-hand side. Such an asset for this team. Played 21s football and exposed to a higher level, so it gives that seniority to the group as well.
As you say, he was certainly the one given the licence for exploration. A more conservative Dodd stayed back at left back and took that with both hands. Calls for hands against Joseph James, referee uninterested. Witchard under pressure from Tatum has given it away to De Silva. Big chance this for Blues. De Silva can pull it back. Bateman immediately involved. Just put off his strike by Hewlett, who did enough.
He did do enough. He went to ground, didn't he? The Bristol City skipper. He's took a knock in the process, but just throws his body in the way of Bateman as he strides on to lash towards goal. It is a mistake, and we're talking then whether it's a set play, that's just a loose pass that's latched onto by Ruiz Rente. Those are the sort of decisive moments you're looking for in extra time.
Jack Griffin into Absion. Back is Caleb Sanders. Beg your pardon, Burrell back there, the centre back. Sanders, meanwhile, has dropped into right back.
Yeah, it's just a short pass, isn't it, out towards this near side, which Ruiz Rente bursts into in that acceleration.
Blues caught on it, Eubank to the rescue. There's Dodd, and as you say, as the game goes on, more lethargy creeps in and more mistakes as well creep in. And Dodd's been shown a yellow card for kicking the ball away. Not too sure.
Yeah, he went with his right foot, didn't he? It looked like he was there in good time to keep the ball in, but went with his right foot, just ball drifts across his body and out of play, and picks up the yellow for kicking the ball away.
And he's squeezing it down the left-hand side. Yeboah still the winning runner in his duel against Bouaki.
Yeah, good tussle. I think Bouaki's done particularly well. Again, don't want to speak too soon, but to keep Yeboah relatively quiet, hasn't he?
Yeah,
it's almost an individual tussle, that one between those two. Didn't see Zach Willis get as involved with Yeboah, but Bouaki and Yeboah locking horns, and Blues defender's done well.
Yeah, he's shown glimpses of being a really tricky customer, the Ghanaian, especially in the opening stages, and Blues have done well to nullify his threat.
100 minutes up.
Ali. Up goes Burrell. Slick back heel from Buaki.
Out the other side.
Blues have done well to navigate a tight corner.
There you go.
Wayward header. Drops for Maurice Rente. Ahmed. The silver is peeled away across the penalty area, and Morrison can slice to safety.
I don't think he can do much else, can he? It's dropped right onto his head.
Tatum felt a shove. Eubank will try his luck from distance, got under it. And the referee uninterested in Frank Tatum's complaints.
Yeah, just tiredness from Cameron Eubank. Just lined that up from a good 30 plus yards, and he never really had a conviction about the shot. It was lifted up and over.
Goal kick struck by Campbell Slowey. Buaki. Use Rente just enough to keep the ball in play, and here's Buaki in uncharted territory. Great first touch, and he wins the free kick.
Yeah, he's still got plenty in the tank as well. He's Godfred Buaki looks sharp. We talked about him defensively, but then gets involved and takes it on his chest, pops it out towards that left-hand side, continues his run forward. He's trying to take the charge for Blues. And he's like the latter rounds of those heavyweight bouts where all the energy's done, they're leaning on each other. It's such an effort to deliver a blow, but you have to try and capitalise on these sorts of situations. A really good position for a free kick.
Ahmed standing up into the middle. Brittle showed an interest. Tatum on the spin, and then Bateman slices it wide. Big chances.
Yeah, we haven't seen many of them for some time, have we? You have to put that down as a big one. Just hoisted in by Ahmed. Blues kept it alive, blocked from Tatum, and then it's sliced by Bateman.
Ali over the top. Yeboah showing an interest and fashioned a cute finish. A combination of Ormington and Burrell got in the way.
Yeah, one long ball again, wasn't it? Blues failed to deal with. Gone toe-to-toe. Blues have a chance. Bristol City all of a sudden spring into life. And
Ali caught late this time. Free kick goes Bristol City's way.
Yeah, and this is where you don't want to be given set plays. When everyone is tired, you're really struggling to create anything clear-cut. To give away these set plays, it just allows Bristol City to pack your box. Hope that something drops.
Minute and a half of the first period of extra time remaining. Blues having a big chance from a set piece. Bristol City looking to follow suit. Callum Hewlett, the captain, right-footed, swings it towards the back post. Big call from Warmington and a big gather from the goalkeeper as well. He looks to set Bateman away with a spring in his step, fresh off the bench. Willing to put the yards in deep into extra time.
Yeah.
Another direct ball.
You don't mind it, those fresh legs just trying to exploit a tired Bristol City backline, but didn't quite have the pace. Yeah, you wonder how much penalties is playing into the minds of some of the players still left out there, or whether I believe they can go and win it in probably will be the second period of extra time. Bring the golden goal rule back. I mean, Paul Tate's here, he knows what it's like to score a golden goal.
And again, hungover pace of the 90 minutes just looming once again here in extra time as it just begins to peter out at the end of the first period. There's De Silva, fresh-legged of Sanders. Didn't give Tatum a chance.
Yeah, and the last thing that Frank will want to be doing really this late in the game is chasing those over-hit passes down the side. It has to be with a little bit more precision.
There's Yeboah. It's a nice take from the Ghanaian.
Oh, that's a free kick.
In comes Buaki. It's going to be a Bristol City throw, and still we play into stoppage time at the end of the first period of extra time.
Yeah, he's the one who's carrying the torch back there for Blues. Godfred Buaki. Yeah, he might have been suffering with a little bit of cramp as he leapt up to head clear. Blues looking to go one better than 3 years ago. I was discussing this pre-game. Both the 21s and the 18s reached the knockout stages of their respective leagues. The 21s won the competition, but the 18s dropped out the semi-final stage. To get both teams in a final would be a fantastic reflection of the academy and the pathway to produce that many players for both age groups. Knowing the challenges that comes with that. Consistency of squads and losing players to senior team, and for the 18s losing players to the 21s, to get both of them in finals would be a fantastic achievement.
Absolutely. Stoppage time at the end of the first period of extra time, and 15 minutes remain, and it will be those 15 minutes that remain to see if Blues can join their under-21 teammates in the PDL National Final. Penalties looming as well if we need them, and it's looking that way. The first period of extra time didn't provide any difference in the all-important stat. Bateman sliced wide, probably the best chance of the period, and we still remain at a stalemate. Second half of extra time just round the corner. Here we go then, the final 15 minutes before that dreaded penalty shootout. A place in the PDL National Playoff Final up for grabs. 105 minutes on the clock. Who's going to step up and be the hero?
Yeah, I think it's a case of which team has the energy really, or wants to be expansive enough to commit men forward and try and win this game in the next 15. Now, there'll be a natural temptation to drop off and think of penalties.
Now comes Warmington, elected to punch with Absion.
Yeah, there'll be a temptation, knowing penalties is coming 15 minutes away, just to try and make sure you don't lose it. The nerves of losing so late in the game. But who's brave enough to try and go and win it?
113 minutes. Junior Dixon netted yesterday night to send Blues through in extra time.
Oh, off you go.
Not quite the pace on it that goalkeeper Witchard would have wanted. Tatum showed an interest, but as you say, at this stage of the game, just so hard to get those legs moving.
Yeah, and it's a good job the starting position of Jack Witchard's high, because otherwise I think Frank Tatum gets there.
Eubank, who's been a constant figure in the middle of that midfield, surveying, being the motor in the engine room for Blues, orchestrating.
Looks an athlete, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
Cameron Eubank, still suffering with that little bit of cramp in the calf, you can see. Stretching those off now, sporting the armband.
Yeah, certainly doing the dirty work today in the centre of the park. Bristol City exploring openings forward. And there's Yeboah. Maybe at the second attempt, Yeboah. Eubank back there defending. Anxious moments at the back.
Great challenge.
Oh. Cross comes Sanders, just mistimed the challenge slightly as he was beaten to the ball by Ali and receives a booking for his attempts.
Yeah, full-blooded from Caleb Sanders. That was a sight on goal, wasn't it, for Bristol City? It was Harum Scarum for a second. Blues scrambling back just to try and clear the danger. It's like they didn't have the, you know, the quickness of foot, the energy in the legs just to try and find that bit of quality. And Blues likewise were slipping all over the place. So many tired legs.
Yeah, Phillips it was pioneering the attack. Yeboah benefiting, but courageous defending in there at the back by a very tired Blues side. Callum Hewlett, who's been on set-piece duty for the entire afternoon, measuring this one up. Big boys up from the back.
Yeah, do your job now, back there from a Blues perspective. Make sure you clear. Get ahead on the end of this.
Hewlett steered towards that back stick. Jack Griffin connected over the top.
Yeah, too deep and too high. Doesn't really give his teammates any chance. It's Griffin who tries to keep it alive, but really wants some pace to be whipped in across that cluster of bodies. Might take a nick, or it might go all the way through, but to loft it towards the back post is easier to defend from a Blues perspective.
Warmington. Well, to the head of Mirolts. Morel chases the loose ball and picks up. 4 strong once again in the Blues attack instead of inside to Ahmed. With some quick feet to drifting field. There's Eubank. Asked a lot of Tatum, but he's done well, the Blues striker. Goes down, nothing doing, holding that right knee.
Good, good.
Brilliant from Maurice Rente. Blues a man down in the middle. Tatum on the deck. De Silva. Sanders standing up into the middle. Bateman showing an interest. Behind it goes for a corner kick.
Well, we were asking, weren't we, to try and get wide players into the game, and it's Ruiz Rente who shows that little bit turn of foot. Great bit of trickery down the Blues left to beat his marker. He crosses deep. Of course, Frank Tatum still stretching off. It's the hamstrings midway through the Bristol City half. So Blues didn't, you know, a man down inside that 18-yard box, but that's all you're after, that little bit of quick-footedness to skip round someone. I mean, the subs are standing out. You can see who the subs are because they can move their legs a lot quicker than the others. It's last-ditch stuff.
Ahmed. It's long, it's deep, it's kept alive, but gathered at his front post by Witchard. And now Blues light at the back after committing bodies forward from the corner. Great feet from Yeboah, and Yeboah can stride. Tame effort, easily gathered by Warmington.
I wonder whether he was trying to find a teammate, square it across to either Phillips. Apsion was up as well. Well, that counter-attack just saps any energy out of him. He's on his haunches, Yeboah, just from launching that counter-attack. He's livened up in the last couple of minutes, Matt, but a couple of ventures forward for both sides.
Motivation from those pending penalty shootout. As you say, I'm sure it just feels like you're running in mud out there for those players who have been out for 111 minutes. Brilliant, brilliant from Ruiz Rente, really expressing himself. De Silva couldn't connect. Morrison skewers away. Phillips can gather. Eubank quickly across. Battling through the pain, pushing through that pain barrier.
Yeah, Alvaro Ruiz Rente on this near side has had the beating, as he Griffin a couple of times. He skipped round him now. You just want to keep feeding the ball. I know he'll be feeling it in those legs. You can see as he backpedals here, grimacing in a little bit of pain, but
free kick to Bristol City for Dodd's challenge. Bristol not really committing bodies forward for the delivery, so look like they're going to get on with this short. Up Sion.
Yeah, a bit of fight in him, isn't there, Taylor Dodd? I'm impressed with him.
Looks like a very traditional shirt tucked in defender. Ruiz Rente draws the foul. Two red shirts congregating on him. Brandon back, coming on for Bristol City. Some fresh legs with 8 minutes to go. They'll replace Jack Griffin.
Well, we said, didn't we, that Ruiz Rente just skipped past him a couple of times, and that probably has alerted the attention of Mickey Bell. I think, right, let's put a stop to that and get a fresh pair of legs on. Blues were going to open Bristol City up. It was through Ruiz Rente on this near side, so
Brandon back, take up a mantle up top.
Looks like Yeboah's dropped in on this flank, hasn't he?
As you say, just to combat that turn of pace that Ruiz Rente has been displaying in the past 5 minutes or so. That's foolish from Ruiz Rente to earn himself a booking.
Yeah, I feel there's a couple of decisions he's gone against Blues on this near side.
So Brandon back on up top for Bristol City. Someone who I'm sure would have been on Mickey Bell's books when he was at Weston-super-Mare and brought him with him to the Robins. And Eubank looks like he's finally succumbed to the cramp that's been haunting him for the past 20 or so minutes. And here's Ali. Blues a man light in the centre with Eubank.
Relax.
Here's De Silva. Invites Sanders forward, who has fresh legs if the ball was right.
Three blue shirts.
Down they go.
Really are the walking wounded now. Ahmed Eubank.
Ruiz Rente. I think De Silva on that far side. It's the other one suffering.
Yeah, you think the under-18s that wouldn't have been exposed to extra time too often. Maybe if any of them had some tournament football experience before, but to ask these lads to play at that intensity we saw in the first half for 90 and then go again for the 30 minutes was going to be a big ask. We always knew this would slow up. See a number of bodies and stoppages that we've had for players requiring treatment for cramp.
Yeah, it just comes to a point where you're just acting on instinct and just forcing your body to get through it.
You can see a lot of them grimacing and hobbling, even when they're involved in an exchange. It might be a little sprint, it might be a challenge. You know, they burst into life, but afterwards they paid a price straight away. You could see Ruiz Rente grimacing when he had that little run on this near side. I think
see Taylor Dodd still talking tactics. Dilly Barn.
Yeah, I wonder if either side have practiced penalties, knowing that this was coming since the league finished. Just speak to Martin Oller and Shaw afterwards and see.
The Blues did have a penalty shootout against Burnley in the FA Youth Cup, I believe it was. And they lost that shootout. The shootout they've had this season.
Thanks for that, Matt.
That's all right. All the more reason to bounce back.
Absolutely, there's always the next opportunity.
Yeah. Frank Tatum scored a couple of penalties this season.
Yeah, he's kept going, Frank, hasn't he? Not a huge supply line of chances, a couple in the first half, but he kept running those channels, kept working hard, leading the line.
Physios have certainly been working overtime this afternoon. Three minutes remain. And, that intensity and that drive that we felt in the first 15 minutes, very much a far cry, very understandably so. And he's back, looking for the ball to sit up. It was a venomous drive. Straight into the midriff of Warmington. He positioned himself well.
Yeah, it's a lovely strike. Strikes it cleanly, doesn't it, through the ball. Fortunately for Blues, it's straight down the throat of Tyrese Warmington, who gathers.
Warmington, I'm sure, will just be looking to keep himself warm and keep his reflexes high for the looming penalties that we approach, and we are 2 minutes away. Back onwards. Wake away. Ahmed. Bailed out by Burrell. Brave header by Bateman. Tatum will give chase.
A couple of minutes away. Sure now. It's going to be penalties to decide it. Really had any chances, have we, in extra time? You think we had Ruiz Rente down that left, put a couple of crosses in, but nothing came of it.
Slight scramble in the penalty area in the first period of extra time that Bateman slightly wide, but as you say, chances since half-time have certainly been a premium. And Wichard has to deal with a bouncing ball, puts his foot through it under pressure from Bateman. Ruiz Rente tussling under it with Yeboah. Back does what he can to flick on. I think both technical areas just sensing its last chance saloon, trying to draw everything they can out of their sides in reserve for maybe a winner. There's Warmington, the judges to catch Burrell's hooked clearance. 30 seconds to go.
I mean, Cameron Eubanks is hobbling in the middle of the pitch. There's absolutely nothing left in his tank.
And still surveying the middle of the park, Eubank. Incredible.
Now, get out of the way, referee. Get out the way.
Referee certainly obstructing De Silva. And then he was at a disadvantage in the sprint, lost it. And there's trying to win the ball back, and Phillips goes over right on the edge of the penalty area. Referee's not interested.
He'd have been a brave man to give it, given the fact that he was involved in the build-up, the referee. Yeah, I think Phillips nudged it beyond the last Blues defender, probably getting away from him a little bit.
Dodd being told to see it, I don't think.
Past 120 minutes now, so it is added time on.
There might be 3 minutes of 3 minutes of stoppage time. I saw the referee signal to his linesman. With a deflection, Bristol City will have a corner in stoppage time at the end of extra time. How are your nerves?
You think this would be it? Load in the box. I'm not sure our players have got a blistering counter-attack left in us, so make sure you defend this properly.
In comes that corner kick, and Warmington's underneath it. And you can hear the celebrations and see the congratulations on Warmington. Blues certainly feel that that will be that.
Well, his job's not done yet. We're not in yellow. Could still be the hero of the piece.
Minute and a half to go of stoppage time. Sanders showing an interest to a bouncing ball. Just escapes the field of play.
What do you do, Matt? Do you want your fresh legs on them? Do you ask who wants them? It's the approach. I don't think they'd have practiced them. I might be wrong.
I mean, surely there'll be an order for the possibility of it, but as you say, the parameters might dictate that they might have to reassess that order.
I'm not sure Cameron Eubank can stride up to the ball and kick. The same for Luis Rente, who you'd think is an attack-minded player, might fancy one, but great way to take.
Bristol City wanted to get on with it quickly. The referee had other ideas. And it's been a theme of this game. Referee Ashley Royston just slowing things down. And it continues into the final 30 seconds. So one last chance, a Hail Mary for Bristol City. Or it's those penalty shootouts to decide who will progress through to the final. And it's dropped for a blue shirt. And that blue shirt is Sanders, who can put his foot through it. And you can see the grimace on Ruiz Rente as he tries to stop himself from this run. And the Blues coaching staff happy to let the clock roll down, despite, I'm sure, having plenty of other balls at their disposal. Sign. Easy pickings for Warmington.
Yeah, could be that. Could be that. We're 3.5 now into added time of extra time.
And still we play. Luis Rente's done well to keep the ball in play. Oof. And that will be that. Nothing to separate these two sides at the end of 124 minutes. So we will have a penalty shootout to decide whether Birmingham City Under-18s or Bristol City Under-18s will progress into the PDL National Playoff Final. At the end of extra time, it's finished 0-0. Penalties to come. So no victor at the end of 123 minutes. No goals. Chances were certainly a premium after half-time. Maybe both sides ruining missed opportunities in the first period, in which we saw plenty. But 10 months of fixtures, 10 months of hard graft come down to 10 spot kicks, 5 each, and of course sudden death if we need it. How are your nerves, Del Moon?
Yeah, good. I mean, there's going to be some players out there that are dreading taking a penalty. There'll be others like this man, hopefully on the ball now, who will embrace the pressure of it. Got a great character, great personality. Frank Tatum will go first. So Blues first up, which I think is a slight advantage.
Frank Tatum, 18 goals to his name this season. He's been the spear point of the Blues attack for the whole campaign, and he's the first to step up and just squeezes it under Witchard. In the back of the net, that's all that counts.
Yeah, it wasn't the most convincing penalty you'll ever see, Frank Tatum. All that he'll ever take, and he will be a relieved man that it squirms underneath Jack Witchard. Blues off the mark. He throws the ball to the side.
Tatum with a bit of gamesmanship, just making the captain, who stepped up first for Bristol City, Callum Newlett, walk those few extra yards and the long walk towards the Tilton end here at St Andrews at Knighthead Park.
It was quite close to Witchard, wasn't it? He just got down, it squirms underneath him. It's almost too close to him. If he's a bit further away, he palms it away, but Blues won't care. And chance for Tyrese Warmington. You can't lose as a goalkeeper in this instance.
No, absolutely. And as we say, there's two players who have played the entirety of the 123 minutes, have stepped up first. What's Callum Hewlett got?
Great.
Save! Brilliant save by Tyrese Warmington. A flying save to his right-hand side to deny Callum Hewlett the Bristol City captain.
Oh, didn't he enjoy it? It's a great save. You know, it's a bit of an unorthodox approach. Straight run up, then just shifts to the side a little bit. You can't second guess his run up. Really good save from Warmington. I think he gets two hands to it, away to his right. Advantage Blues.
Yusuf Ahmed steps up, a substitute. That second half, fresh legs compared to the majority out there to put Blues well and truly in the driving seat in this penalty shootout. Great save by Witchard, has to be said. Springs to his left-hand side, big left palm to turn it behind. If that goes in, you say great penalty.
Yeah, there's plenty of pace behind Yusuf Ahmed's penalty. Might just be at a nice height for Witchard, who guesses right, makes an early movement and palms it away, but hasn't done too much wrong. Ahmed with the penalty, but credit to Witchard.
Two great saves. Warmington flying to his right, Witchard springing to his left.
Just want to make sure you hit the target. If you're going to miss your penalty, make sure your keeper makes a save.
Jed Mearholz then to level up the shootout, heading into the third round of spot kicks. Mearholz just squeezes under Tyrese Warmington, who went the right way, but much like his opposite number, Witchard from Tatum's penalty, couldn't stop it from hitting the back of the net.
Very, very similar, wasn't it? Just squirms underneath him. You almost have a goalkeeper who expects a better penalty and dives past it almost, squirms underneath Tyrese Warmington. And we're all even. 2 in. 2 scored, 2 saved.
Now Caleb Sanders, another substitute in extra time, the start of extra time. Stepping up, right-footed, makes no mistake. Great penalty, right into the roof of the net. No chance for Jack Witchard.
Yeah, always some more risk associated when you lift the ball, but if you can get it right, so much more difficult to save. And Witchard was guessing the right way, but was getting nowhere near it. It's a fine, fine penalty from Sanders. Maybe those fresh legs did help in lifting the ball into that roof of the net.
So Tim Apsion, another one who joined the fray in extra time, holds up the mantle to respond. Again, Warmington gets a palm to it, but can't keep it from squirming into the bottom corner.
Just too much pace on it, wasn't it, for Warmington, who gets a solid wrist to it. Couldn't keep it out. Again, just squirms to the bottom corner. It's almost an apologetic hand from Tyrese Warmington, who got there. Will be frustrated with it, shaking his head in disbelief, but still, 2 each. Through 3 penalties.
Will Borrell making the long walk to the Tilton. All square in the shootout. 2 rounds to go until sudden death. Borrell scores just out of the reach of Jack Witchard. Rolled it into the bottom corner. Cool, calm and composed.
Yeah, it was a steady run-up, wasn't it? A walk up to the ball as he addressed it. Again, goalkeepers are looking for any movements that gives them a clue as to which way he's going to go. He got none out of Burrell. And he just slides it into the bottom corner.
Now a long walk for Ephraim Yeboah, another one who played the entirety of those 123 minutes with consistent energy, I must say. And had a particular duel with Godfred Bouake throughout the contest. But now his attentions turn to a duel with Tyrese Warmington. A battle of wits. Oh, straight down the middle. Just away from the legs of Warmington. And we remain all square.
Yeah, he gets something on it, doesn't he? I think it's a trailing leg from Warmington. Dives to his right and then just throws up a leg. It did take a little nick on its way through. And we're pretty much now into sudden death, aren't we? The last of the 5 penalties.
Briar Bateman then. Extra time substitute. Squirn probably the only chance of extra time. Just wide, a half chance. Yeboah trying to play the tricks, rolling the ball past him. Much less subtly than Tatum did earlier. But Bateman plops the ball 12 yards out. It's crunch time.
No, the referee now is just trying to make sure that it gets position right.
The last thing you want.
Anything like that just can affect your mentality. I don't.
Briar Bateman then. No mistake. No mistake. Does what he needs to do at the end of the 5. All the pressure now falls on Joseph James, probably considered the most senior of the under-18 squad Bristol City have put out today. 2 senior appearances in the championship this season with Bristol City. Came against Ipswich Town and Cardiff City. They lost both those games.
Yep, swept into the bottom corner by Bateman. Solid penalty. Sent Witchard the wrong way. Tyrese Warmington.
Big penalty. Big penalty for Joseph James. Warmington got gloves to it once again.
Wow.
But couldn't stop it from nestling in the bottom corner. Joseph James breathes a huge sigh of relief. Warmington can't believe it. The Blues bench thought that Warmington had done enough, but we will go to sudden death.
Wow. That is 3 or nearly 4 of the penalties which Warmington's got a hand to. You feel like he should have probably saved one. He's almost in anguish, wasn't it, with that latest one? He guessed the right way on so many occasions. He's got wrists and a leg too. Into sudden death.
So now step up the players who didn't put their name forward for the first 5. And one's in reserve. Alvaro Ruiz. Rente hits the crossbar. Looked to lift it. Got too much under it. And as you say, those lethargic legs maybe playing a part.
Yeah, he's tried to lift it like we say. That's the risk and reward trade-off, isn't it? You always run the risk. It's less control over it when you're trying to lift the ball, but crashes it off the crossbar. And Bristol City a kick away.
Billy Phillips handed the mantle for sending Bristol City through to the PDL National Playoff Final. The team who finished 2nd in the Southern Division, looking to conquer the Northern champions. All eyes on Phillips and Warmington. Billy Phillips for the final. It's saved! Cometh the hour, cometh the man. Tyrese Warmington with a huge save to keep Blues in the shootout.
Oh, massive save from Tyrese Warmington. Guessed right again. It's a solid penalty, but a really good stop. Guessed early. And just as Blues were staring down the barrel, the momentum swings again.
Alessandro Da Silva. And as you say, this is when that kicking first, the advantage comes in sudden death. You can set the tone, you can pile the pressure on to the second kicker. That's what Da Silva's looking to do here.
You can't lose it with this kick. You've always got a second chance, whereas if he puts this away.
Alessandro Da Silva. So calm, so cool, so cold, so measured. 123 minutes in the legs, didn't show it.
There's the substitute. Brandon back.
All the pressure on his shoulders then.
Credit to Tyrese Warmington, by the way. He's got close to, I think, every penalty bar one, hasn't he? He's been guessed the right ways. As we mentioned before, he's got gloves to a few of them. Big couple of stops in there as well. So he got one more in him to send you through to the final.
So Brandon back, an extra time sub, fresh-legged. Must go in for Bristol City. And back makes no mistake. Sends Warmington the wrong way.
A big pressure penalty, isn't it, that one? You know that the tie is riding on your kick. He steers it into the bottom corner and sends Warmington the wrong way.
Here comes Taylor Dodd, who had plenty to do in the second half and in extra time. Asserted himself well, showed a very valiant display, and has made a very good account of himself at left back.
With every penalty, you've just got players on the sideline squirming who can't watch, they're turning away.
So Taylor Dodd. Again, Witchard got a glove to it, but couldn't stop it from nestling in the back of the net. It's becoming a recurring theme for the goalkeepers in the penalty shootout.
It has to be a good penalty. He has to put it just inside that post for it to sneak in again. It's at that mid-range height for the goalkeeper who gets a fist to it. Can't stop it from hitting the side netting. Sneaks in. And Blues again. Save away.
Again, the pressure on Elijah Morrison. He's been a stand-up performer for Bristol City today. Can he do the business from 12 yards? Speedy run up, has rushed it, and he's missed it. And Tyrese Warmington has saved it. And Blues are through to the National PDL final. Tyrese Warmington, the hero of the shootout. 3 huge penalty saves. And Blues Under-18s have won the semi-final.
Yeah, getting a little bit scrappy, but it don't matter. Full credit to Blues. They don't need to get involved. It's all getting a little bit silly on the edge of the Blues, on the edge of the penalty area. Full credit really should go to Tyrese Warmington here. He's made a few really good stops, but still having to be separated. Lots of pushing and shoving.
Yeah, tempers boiling over here. Some unsavoury scenes between the players. Not sure if the celebration's getting a bit out of hand or Bristol City not happy with the manner that Blues were celebrating in, but Blues have every right to celebrate because Blues have won the penalty shootout and Blues are in to the national final after winning the North Division of the PDL. Birmingham City Under-18s will now go for the full Monty and the national crown.
Yeah, absolutely. What a season. It extends one game further. Fantastic league campaign. And they've gone toe-to-toe with Bristol City here. Have pushed them all the way. Credit to Bristol City as well. They're getting booed off by the Blues support just because of the way that it finished. But nothing between these two. You couldn't separate them right up until sudden death penalties. That's how close it was. But Tyrese Warmington, credit to him, we mentioned how close he got to a few of the penalties that went in, and he's made a couple of really big stops to see Blues into the final.
Yeah, 8 penalties faced, 3 saves, and 16 penalties later. It's Blues who have booked their place in the national final for a chance at PDL glory. Blues will have both of their youth development teams competing on the national stage in the final.
Yeah,
absolutely
incredible.
Brilliant.
Absolutely, that's the big story for the football club, isn't it? To reach the final of your competition at both age groups, at 18s and 21s, a full testament to everyone at the club, all the coaches in the academy. They'll both feel like the job's not done yet, so we don't want to quite big it
absolutely.
up. But for both teams to reach the final, given all the challenges of development football, is a real credit to the coaches and the players who have gone out there and done the business, both last night at Millwall and tonight at St Andrews at Knighthead, and today at St Andrews and Knighthead Park. So yeah, big credit to the coaches, every one of the players. They were out on their legs, weren't they? We spoke about that second half, and especially into extra time. So many bouts of cramp, the players were dropping. Felt like every other minute to receive treatment, but they found a way through that man Tyrese Warmington, who's enjoying every moment of this, as he should as well, to reach the final.
Yeah, Tyrese Warmington will get the headlines and get the plaudits, but what a team performance throughout that 120 minutes. To stay in the game when the going got tough, to dig deep and find something from somewhere in those reserves, to keep on going and to keep right on, right until the end. Every player in that squad, the staff, the coaching staff, just embodying the esteemed crest that they wear on their shirts. And you can just see what it means to them. Both youth sides in the PDL national final will compete for a piece of silverware this season. And it's the Blues youth flying the Birmingham flag across the country and carving their own future, pioneers of the future, and let them take the applause. Tyrese Warmington, the hero of the penalty shootout. 0-0 in normal time. Blues take it 6-5 on penalties. We look forward to bringing you that national final next week. Thanks everyone for tuning in across YouTube, Twitter and Facebook. As always, keep right on, Blue Noses.